watch.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
And welcome to the final OCC of the year. Here, I am Jking7, and joining me is Thanatron, Berto, and Cornguy, and we are here to walk you through what is going to hopefully shape out to be an amazing top 8 here for you today. So let's take a look at the bracket to see who is going to be competing in this top 8 for the November OCC class. So at the top of the bracket, coming in at seed 1, we have Known 5 going up against Spellbreaker. Then we have HQT up against Taboo. HQT and Taboo both becoming a bit of household names. Then on the bottom half of the bracket, we have Cargo coming in as seed 2, being the second player to qualify straight off the ladder, going up against Tanshin. And then we have long-time KARDS competitive player, but been first time back in quite some time, Tiger, going up against 66 Better, is sort of a veteran of the last year or so of KARDS esports. So that's going to be some very excellent games to go through, and we have some of the old guard, some of the new guard, players of all sorts, and they're going to be here fighting it out for the OCC prize pool. But now let's take a look at what decks they are going to be fighting it out with, starting with Known 5. And I will be covering that. Known 5, I mean, seed 1 off the ladder, won the season 674 games with a 75% win rate. That's actually crazy. Favorite card, War Machine. If you've ever seen Known play, if you've ever seen any of his decks, I don't think that's a particularly surprising fact. Known loves himself some War Machines, but he also likes to bring some very off-meta decks, most played in Japan. Let's take a look at what decks he has. And first up, we have Japan.
sure can. So first, let's take a look at the Spellbreakers player card. We see here the most deck played, at least for this month, was Britain. So a little different from the No and 5 strategy of playing so many Jaggro games. But we see, 563 games with a nice 380 wins, very solid 67%. Let's see what they have for us today, what they have for Noan in round one. So we start off with some US Brit, and what we see is, pretty standard ramp and a beautiful background. We see, just 2 carpet bombings, 4 glamour boys, some really standard late game Brit package for your board clears and for your health. But we do see some interesting takes in the US side. We have that Marauder that has been kind of cropping up in competitive play lately. The 2 firebombs ensure some removal and maybe even some extra removal, of course, with that extra ramp synergy. Some really nice stuff as well. And then, of course, US military research. You can always find your nukes, and that is always an avenue for a win. We move on to a German Brit. We have about not that many Brit cards here, but just enough. And then we, of course, have a couple of Blitz Doctrines and Reichsbanks. So they are going to try to get some early money, maybe get those tank buffs, maybe jump out to something big, and then, of course, Leopold to finish it off. And then we kind of have the opposite of the list, where we have our Brit German. We still have the kind of same theme here. You can even see those US Devil's Brigades being run in both just as a high value Blitz infantry. And then, of course, the same Reichsbank as well. A lot of bank today's tournament. A lot of players really hoping to early and be able to ramp out to some massive dollars.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see such a different lineup between our Seed 1 and Seed 2 players. Both of these people qualified off ladder, but different nations played on ladder, very different lineups brought to this tournament. Now let's take a look at the decks from HQT in the bracket below, and to walk us through HQT.
Thank you. Very, very great picture coming out for HQT. I don't know. I like it a lot. Looking pretty good. I also like HMS Illustrious, as HQT does, as his favorite card. Coming out with 437 matches out of 72% win rate. Good for 10th. Most played Jaggro. Let's go ahead and look at decks for today. Have you ever come to an OCC and decided, you know what, I feel like playing a little slow, playing a little control, playing large and in charge? Well, HQT's deck lists are for you. Starting off strong with this Brit US ramp, and then as you can see, the other ones are leaning heavily into the ramp theme. So looking at the Brit ramp, it's your standard Brit ramp package. You're trying to get up in your credits. You are trying to play high value cards, and then you are trying to outlast, control, and win in the end. One thing to highlight: got one vicious salvo in there, so that your opponent always has to be thinking about their unit placement. It's a fun card to see, for sure, and I look forward to seeing how vicious his salvo can be on this list. Moving on to the German US ramp list, we can see here that it's slightly more mid-range compared to the other ones, only having the milk truck. However, there are a lot of the other strong mid-range elements going into this list. You got 2 firebombs for removal, definitely really strong. You can deal 5 damage to a target. Can take care of one of the war production bombers, or maybe get some splash damage onto some other smaller units. We got the Blitz Doctrines, and we got the Bomber Mafias, so plenty of ammo to come out from this list. one Enigma to recharge, and the highlight is going to be the 4 Reichsbanks to try to get out to an early lead on the board and then reload with the Enigma. And the last deck is going to be US Britain Ramp. Looking like a pretty standard US Britain ramp that leans pretty heavily into the ramp cards and relying on production order, bomber mafia, and US military research to get a lot of value in terms of damage, while you can sustain yourself with the Glamour Boys, the Cromwells, and the Albacore for some some stall and some guard. So HQT, pretty solid 3 similar lists in terms of controlling and getting a lot of money in the process.
You are on mute right now, Jking.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Cornguy. And now let's take a look at who will be HQT's first round opponent, who will be Taboo. And to walk us through Taboo's decks, let's hand this off to Berto Burrito.
Gladly. So, Taboo has a lot of games with 1,400 at a nice 68% win rate, and the favorite card being HMS Talbot, which is a little surprising when the most played is Jagro. When I'm on Jagro, I don't typically want to see that card. If we can lists, Taboo is really mixing it up. The first deck we see here, this is a self-credit denial Shiden OTK, which is really exciting. It's a really powerful deck that can really brick very hard if you don't find those sallies. But it can also, win on turn 5 potentially. So I'm very excited to see how this deck plays out. Next up, we have a very interesting deck, a German France sort of mill, sort of discard. It is running compromise and defend in depth, which makes you want to keep your opponent's hand pretty high, but it also runs things like Annihilation, Wolfpack, and Sabotage. So I've seen this strategy a few times. It can be really difficult to play against because you don't want to have like 8 cards in hand the whole time, or they're just going to compromise draw you. But you don't want to go so low on cards that they just do the regular discard stuff and ruin your day as well. So it's a very interesting strategy. It's a little counterintuitive to run both those things in the same deck, but it does create a very scary situation. And finally, we have more classic, just straight mill list with Britain, France. This one's really interesting. Just the sort of attrition game plan, running 4 copies of First Responders, even 1 copy of 5th Brigade, just because he loves the card so much. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I think it'll really come down to the how well you can play defensively, and then if you're able to transition that into the long game without significant draw outside of those compromises.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for that. Now we get to the bottom half of our bracket. Or I should just say the second half of the bracket. These players are no different than the players on top, but the top of the bottom half of the bracket is none other than Twee de Cargo, who is seed 2. And to walk us through Twee's decks, Thanatron, why don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So we see another ridiculous, almost 1,200 matches played with 800 wins. Ridiculous 73% win rate. 800 wins, almost 900 wins in a series. Quite ridiculous. Sheeden, of course, a mainstay. consider Twee among the many that consider the Sheeden their favorite card. Let's see. First up, we see that Sheeden featured prominently in a pretty standard Jagro deck. We do have the 4 expansions for draw, so not doing anything too crazy here with this Jagro, but we of course have some nice top end from the German side with a Zestorer and the Japanese side with the Dragon Slayer and Sheeden, some of those big body planes to try to finish this game off. And then, of course, the splash of a single Winter Regiment can really provide some wild value for Jagro, especially late game. It can really help that deck turn the tables. Next, we have what we are seeing a ton of today on ladder and everywhere, which is this German-U.S. ramp. We see the Reichsbanks. We've talked a lot about how many Reichsbanks are in this tournament today, how much banking we will see. It's going to be quite a lot, but not as much top end here on this one. You can see this is more of the mid-range variety. We only have 3 of the war machines, and we are topping out at just the Panzergren. So nothing too big, more of a speedy deck compared to some of the other Reichsbanks decks, but certainly something that has the ability to get you some extra dollars to be able to spend. And then we lastly see a Brit Claim the Skies deck, again, very similar to Noen. So very interesting that both of our top 2 seeds are the 2 people bringing this deck today, I believe. I believe they're the only 2. But of course, the Brit shell that we have become accustomed to for Brit Air, all of those small planes, all of those close air support buffs, all of those sea embargo buffs, and then very similar to Noen, the single Patriotic Firestorm. The Sickles replace themselves. The Yak is just a big body. And then the Catalina also providing some very interesting options as well. A single splash of a Catalina. So some really interesting decks for a really interesting sort of newcomer to the scene who has played an awful lot of games to get himself ready for today.
Idea. Thank you for that, and that's a very interesting point you've made, that the Brit Soviet air is being brought by seed 1 and 2. So we'll see if maybe that's the secret sauce that got them up into positions 1 and 2 on ladder. Not easy to get. Maybe that's going to be the difference. Now let's take a look at what decks Thanatron is going to be bringing, and to walk us through that, we'll hand it back over to Berto.
Great. So here we see Tantchen dropping down in the total matches played to a much more reasonable number than we've seen from the last couple of players. 568 with a nice 72% win rate, a very respectable 7th place season finish, with the favorite card being the 20 Panzer Grenadier, and most played Japan. Now, if we look at the decks, let's see if Tantchen is bringing a Japan as well. Great. So first up, we don't have the regular Jagro. Tantchen is bringing instead this Intel deck, running really powerful cards like Stretch the Line, Punish, and the Tarnow Regiment for a good draw engine near the end there, in addition to the expansions. So if you're not able to hold the front line against this deck, kill out the legions quickly when they start appearing, you will have a very difficult time winning the game. Next up, we have a US Britain ramp, and the most interesting thing to me with this deck is that Tantchen opts not to run the Marauder, which has been very popular lately in this US main version of the ramp deck. So I'm interested to see if that works out for him. I can see why you might not want to run it. If you're behind, you have to be waiting until turn 9 to play it with the Glamour Boys. And Tantchen just decides that he doesn't need it. And finally, we have a Brit US ramp, which is pretty standard, but some surprises here as well. Notably, the 3rd Canadian Division going for even more guard in that 4 slot alongside Cromwell, and maybe he'll get a little salvage synergy off of it as well. So very cool to see that card that doesn't make an appearance as much as maybe I'd like to see it. You're gonna
Alrighty.
have to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And now let's get into Tiger. Tiger, longtime player in cards, has a number of achievements. Won the very first OCC Ultimate, among other things. Haven't seen him for a hot minute, but he is back. I think actually just checking some stats. I think the last time we saw him was that OCC Ultimate he won. So let's just get into his player card and then decks to see how many games how many games he's played. What was his win rate? Did he just play a handful to sort of coast into qualifiers like we've seen some players? Or was he on the grind testing out decks, maybe for this tournament, maybe for Worlds coming up? Maybe that's why some of these players have such a high game count, is they're just getting in those practice matches for Worlds. But yeah, we're just experiencing. Yep, here we go. So we see actually very, very few games, just 276 games here from Tiger, coming in at exactly 34th, but making his way through qualifiers. This is how you can tell somebody is a very experienced player. They have just so few games, making it in at the minimum position necessary to make it to qualifiers, and then comfortably going through qualifiers to get here into the top 8 of the OCC. Favorite card, M4A1. That's a card we have not seen for a hot minute, but honestly, very, very fun card. We'll see. He can't bring it this time, but we'll see if he tries to bring this card in the future. Most played Japan, most likely coming in here on Jagro. Now let's take a look at what decks Tiger has here for us today. First up, again, very popular pick is the German USA sort of mid-range ramp deck. It's a little hard to classify, but we have 3 Reichsbanks here for the temporary ramp, and that can cheat out either big units. It can get out these Blitz Doctrines to get out the Contest Doctrine buff earlier on into the game than you otherwise might be able to. And then there is a handful of actual permanent ramp with these 2 milk trucks. We've seen a lot of different people. We've seen people trying out a lot of different card combinations in this deck. So we'll have to see which comes out on top in the long run. But honestly, this is a very, very powerful deck for both ladder and tournament. And it might just be eating bans across the board. Maybe it'll be just ban Germany this time around. Moving over to his second deck, it is going to be a Britain USA ramp deck, and this is leaning very heavily in on the ramp: 1 ASW Patrol, 2 War Bonds, 2 America at War, 3 War Machine, and this is going to help get him up into the more expensive end of his deck with a Cameroonians, a Co-Belligerents. He's got these 2 copies of Production Order, so there's definitely a lot of top end that this deck can play. And then what I'm excited about this deck is the fact that he has 2 Baker Street Irregulars, and of course the normal Devil's Brigade Commandos are going to help trigger those, but the other card that's going to help trigger these is the 2 copies of Commando Raid, and this is a card that, we basically never see in anything outside of Commander decks, which aren't particularly popular, but deciding, you know what, I have enough just orders, these all the ramp going on in this deck, I have enough orders that I feel that I'm fine with an early game Commando Raid, and maybe it can get some pings out to deal some damage to Jagro, help out there, and of course it's going to be another trigger for Baker Street Irregulars. And then also another interesting choice in this Britain US ramp deck is His Majesty's Chosen. Definitely there's some powerful British elite units you can get off of this, but it's not typically a very popular choice in this, so we'll have to see if that works out for him. And then last but not least, he has a US-German deck, and US-German is a very popular nation combination, going back several years in cards, but this is not like any US-German deck you've ever seen before, because it's not US-German Frontline, it's US-German Reichsbank Ramp. So it's essentially just a nation swap of that very powerful and popular German-US deck, saying, you know what, I don't want British Ally Ramp, and I don't want Frontline, I'm gonna go for Reichsbank.
in US main ramp. This is something we haven't really seen before, and I will be very interested to see if this ends up proving to be better than the British ally, if this proves to be sort of similar. But either way, that is all of Tiger's decks. And now, last but not least, we have... One sec, I need to check the bracket. Of course, we have 66 Better, who is going to be going up against Tiger. That's going to be a very interesting match to keep an eye on. And to walk us through 66 Better's decks, Cornguy, why don't you take us through that?
66 Better coming out here. He's got close air support, definitely a fun card to have. Only 372 total matches at a 77% win rate is good for fourth. Just, that who needs to get first or second when you can just play that few and go all the way through the quals. So let's go ahead and look at 66 Better's decks. Kind of a flexible strategy by 66 Better being brought here. As you can see, we got some aggro, we got some mid-range, and we got some mill control lists here. So let's go ahead and break down the first Jagro list. Looking at this Jagro list, you can see this is not necessarily the standard Jagro, but this is a popular Jagro list that you've seen played at the top of the ladder. With, a couple interesting choices here. We got, one Out of the Mist, only 3 expansions. We have 2 suppressions. We have 1 copy of Blitz Doctrine coming out, and 1 Panzer Grenadier. We got the Sheedan, the Winter Regiment, and the Dragon Slayer for some strong top end. So really this list is trying to be pretty flexible in terms of, having a powerful early game, but then being able to flex onto a powerful late game with those top end units. And it's a pretty fun Jagger list. Throw in 2 suppressions and you got yourself a strong list. So moving over to this German mid-range list, we're only seeing 2 Reichsbanks here. And then 1 War Machine and 1 332nd Engineer Milk Truck, as it is referred to. This list, looks pretty standard in terms of German-U.S. mid-range, trying to get that early tempo. Have some strong 1-3 blitz units that can give you a draw, and that can get you into the mid game, even the late game. Strong units trying to get board control and just chip away at that HP until you can get the final blow. Now, the last piece of this list is going to be the Brit-France control list, and we've seen this list brought to the OCC before. Highlighting the countermeasures. We got the HMS Talbot. We have the National Fire Service. We have the compromises and the defendant depths. So we have some removal and we have some draw. We've seen this list be a pretty strong counter to mid-range and ramp. So, looking at this list as a whole, 66 Better is pretty flexible. It's going to be interesting what his opponents ban against him. And he can go either way. And it's, like I said, flexible lineup.
Yeah, we've seen some very, obviously a lot of the decks that we've seen the most of are popular decks that we've been seeing in tournaments and on ladder, of course. But it is very interesting to see that there is still some variation in here. The most represented deck is German-US at 5, and then down after that, it's down to 3. So, although there's a lot of very similar decks, a lot of Reichsbanks, a lot of War Machines, a lot of Blitz Doctrines and Bomber Mafias going around, the actual sort of deck combinations are somewhat unique and pretty diverse between the players. And then we have obviously a few of these more spicy picks, like the Sheedan OTK or the German France Mill. So hopefully we'll get to see all of those in action. But those are our top 8 players. Those are the Alrighty, guys. So, we are here. I'm joined by Berto Burrito, and we're going to take you through our first game, which is going to be Noen 5 versus Spellbreaker. Now, we've already seen the decks, so we're not going to, walk through the decks again right now, but just, predictions here. Who do you think is going to win Noen 5 versus Spellbreaker?
Well, it's not very often you see Noen 5 go out in the first round in an OCC. And I love the Seiyun tech. So I gotta go with Noen 5 on this one.
Alright. Well, just to be different, I'll take Spellbreaker, taking it 2-1. Well, we'll see the bans here in a second, before we get into the game, but yeah, here they are. Noen 5's air deck being banned, so always ban Brit still in action, and then on Spellbreaker's side, he is getting his German USA deck banned. And honestly, I don't find that too surprising, and that leaves him with what I believe is double ramp. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be two more aggressive decks versus two heavier decks, but maybe those ramp decks are going to, get good matchups into that German US if it's not able to sort of pop off early. So now we're just waiting for the players to get into it. And how do you think the German US deck is going to handle these sort of Brit US ramp, US Brit ramp? How do you find the Reichsbank into ramp matchup?
Well, I think it's very dependent on a few cards, right? Because if you can have those early Blitz doctrines, or you get like a early Leopold out against maybe some Glamour Boys, maybe you're able to overdraw them. That makes a huge difference. But if you just don't find like a Reichsbank, which you have to imagine happens fairly often.
Perhaps we got those bans wrong because we see both players playing their banned deck. And I don't think we've ever really seen this before in OCC history. So, also, double checking the deck list. In fact, the Britain deck is not Britain USA ramp. It is the Britain German control. So not quite as heavy, but maybe with a few more early game answers to be able to handle some of these matches.
It looks like it was actually Noen 5 who banned Spellbreaker's Brit deck, and Spellbreaker banned Noen 5's German deck, I think is what's going on. And we accidentally got those mixed up.
That does seem to be the case. So that means Noen's German US deck is banned, and Spellbreaker's Britain German deck is banned. And that means Air is going to get what I have to imagine is a somewhat favorable matchup. Obviously, Spellbreaker does have some answers to these in his hand. But there's going to be a non-stop flow of these cheap early game Air units onto the board, and he's not going to be able to remove all of them. Although he does have the turn 3 Reichsbank. That's exactly what you want to see with a Blitz Doctrine in hand already.
And no one has to be thinking about this pack 40, because, it feels pretty natural to play Sea Embargo on one of these units. And typically you want to buff the bomber above all, but it looks like no one might, consider it and play HMS Illustrious to avoid getting blown out quite as hard.
Something he has to be considering, though, is Spellbreaker runs 2 copies of Carpet Bombing in this deck, and that's a pretty big blowout if your opponent just Carpet Bombs. I suppose the downside is your opponent used 2 cards to do that, and they're left with 2 credits, so there's not likely to be any big follow-up. So, are you fine with that? Because if you just go for the buff, there is a handful of ways to deal with the buff, like Suppression or Reichsresearch, the Pack 40.
Well, no one does go for the more annoying option for Spellbreaker to deal with here. It's a little worse if Spellbreaker didn't have an answer, but once he sees this pack 40, if it does come out this turn, No and 5 will be very happy with his decision.
Yeah, I'm very getting all of these credits very early on into the game does lead to some very interesting situations where just how do you best utilize this one-time credit advantage you're going to get? Do you just try to play out the biggest thing in your hand? In this case, with the Blitz Doctrine, do you just try to get out the early contest doctrine? You only have the one tank in hand, and you will not have an infantry to proc it. But just getting +1/+1 on all of your tanks moving forward. The Glamour Boys pack 40 definitely seems to fit the credits best. Instead, he's going to be taking out this Swordfish with a Desert Rats and 35T, keeping the pack 40 in hand. And I don't mind this play, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it. I think knowing Noen's hand, that maybe you could have greeted and played Blitz Doctrine for like minor credit efficiency, but you got to be thinking about close air support at all points in time. So I think the play makes a lot of sense here from Spellbreaker.
And you get to keep this pack 40 in hand, and this is going to be able to take out even a very, very buffed plane from Noen, so you're less worried about Noen being able to just snowball the size of a single plane if he just stacks sea embargoes. However, this does just lead to a somewhat awkward position where, not getting the Blitz Doctrine out on the previous turn, it now means that this turn is somewhat awkward because you can't remove both bombers. Maybe you just Cromwell and push up a Glamour Boys, hope your opponent can't deal with the high health of your units. Obviously, that number 9 commando we see sitting in Noen's hand will let him take out at least one of them.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, Noen 5 only runs a single copy of this card, right? So you're unlikely to play around it here with such limited options.
Yeah, that is the only number 9 commando in the deck.
Yeah, no Parasies either.
Yeah.
Only one Albacore. That's surprising to me. One Albacore, 2 Sharks.
Yeah, see, no one's valuing the burn potential much higher. Maybe it's because of all of these ramp decks going around where they might not really have any ground units you particularly need to pin. It's all these B-24s, and you just sort of want the burn to get across the line. But here we will see the number 9 commando come out. The Glamour Boys most likely going to die. Maybe this Jking will go to the front line. Although maybe not. Maybe just take the 2 damage on the or the 1 damage on the Cromwell.
Yeah, I mean, it is 2 operation cost, so it's a big ask to put in 4 operation cost to kill a 1-drop.
And here, do you take out the Swordfish and just play Blitz Doctrine, or do you develop Contest Doctrine? Do you develop Blitz Doctrine and pack 40 the 2/5 Swordfish? This is not an easy turn, but you've seen 2 sea embargoes. No close air support. You're probably very scared of a close air support.
Certainly. Yeah. I think I would have preferred the Blitz Doctrine over Push Up, but this is, in theory, like max tempo. It limits board space a little bit to restrict Shark.
Yeah, it also makes sure that this Cromwell is in the front line next turn. It can't just simply be blocked by pushing up the number 9 commando. So this way you always have an attacker into the support line. However, if just like a close air support comes out, you're not really able to trade down anyways. Also, this does leave the pack 40 unguarded. Although not that it will matter because the 3rd sea embargo will be able to take it out with the bomber.
Yeah, I suppose any buff Noen 5 could have pretty effectively deals with the artillery, so it's not too important pushing this up. As in, like, it's not too detrimental to push it up, I mean.
Spellbreaker can take out both bombers here. It's not as efficient as you would want to, because you do have to push up the 35T without the op cost reduction. But taking out both bombers, and then your 35T is protected by a heavy armor guard unit. It's gotta feel pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, in theory, you might think, well, it could keep my opponent off close air support, but he does know there's at least 2 cards in hand off of Sea Embargo, right? So, but close air support coming out on a bomber that can't attack this turn and a bomber that can attack this turn is a huge difference, right?
Certainly. And no one here, he can't quite take out both units, but Barracuda and
He
Shark
can,
and
can't he?
Pin.
If you trade in the 1/1 just to sacrifice it, you play Swordfish, Gladiator, Shark, and then trade.
Oh, that is
If you
true.
wanted to full clear.
I was thinking getting out the Barracuda here on the Cromwell and then Shark on the 35T. Just to get 2 more bombers on the board. He's going to go for your line, though. Well spotted. Going for the Shark for 3 damage on the Cromwell, and is going to trade off. And the one thing I don't like about this turn is we did mention Spellbreaker does run 2 Carpet Bombings in his hand, and he's had 1 card in his hand since turn 1 that he hasn't played. And if this was a Carpet Bombing, obviously no one can just... He has no issues refilling. But maybe this was a little overcommitted. Fortunately for no one, Spellbreaker's hand is looking quite unfortunate.
Flame Panzer has some potential, and when you don't run it in the deck, makes no one a lot less likely to play around it. But this is a huge tempo hit.
He was certainly looking for the flak just to get out the 2/3 blitzer, take out the Shark, make no one have to trade. Now no one is just going to be able to draw, looking for a close air support. He finds it. Now, the way he's positioned, it does mean that if he wants to buff the Chika for damage efficiency this turn, it does mean that 3 of his units still die to Carpet Bombing. Unfortunately for Spellbreaker, still no Carpet Bombing. Another Pack 40 pickup, not a bad card. And this Suppression sitting in his hand, how many air units does he actually run in his deck? I think there's only 3. So he's probably not holding on too much about that. Although at this point, suppressing for just -1/-1, definitely not something that he wants to be doing, particularly.
Yeah, the decisions seem so hard here. I think this play makes a lot of sense, but there's still so much you're afraid of.
Yeah, gets rid of the buffed bomber, gets the guard unit down to try to minimize damage to his HQ from the fighters at this point, to be completely honest. You're expecting your Pack 40 to die, but you're just trying to reduce the amount of damage to your HQ. However, I just struggle to see how Spellbreaker can come back in this, because he doesn't run any big hand refills. There's no Enigma, there's no Convoys in the deck. He's basically just stuck playing at most 2 cards a turn if he's able to pick up like a Heinkel or a Sky Barons. But there's no huge hand refills, and if you look at Noah essentially just has access to the rest of his deck. These MI5s are actually going to come in really, really big in the next few turns at just continuing to lock Spellbreaker out.
Yeah, I love the MI5s in air. I feel like you get so many opportunities to punish your opponent for not running enough draw. I feel like draw is often the thing that you're like, well, maybe I can cut this one because, you know, there's a really powerful card that recently came out that I want to get into the deck. You know, it's how am I supposed to cut Cromwell's when it's so good guard against somebody, you know? And then you justify that the Admiral Hipper is also card. You know, it's kind of like card draw because it denies your opponent a draw. I can't know that Spellbreaker went through that thought process, but that's the thought process I go through every time when I'm building a deck and I have to
Yeah, I have to imagine
reel myself back in.
Air is just probably not a deck that he was really expecting to face, and Air just runs so much more card draw than every other deck in the game. It's kind of crazy. Like Jago is probably the closest thing with their expansions. But like the German US decks and these Brit US ramps, the US Brit ramps, they don't run that much card draw. We've actually seen from some of the lists here today, players weren't even running Convoy and ramp. Like the ramp decks were essentially just play what you draw. So yeah, these MI5, very good tech choice here from Noen. And Spellbreaker was probably hoping that he could just stick a big tank. However, the MI5 are locking him out of card draw, and then the Wellington with Cass to come out to take out the 5/5 Panzer E. Does mean that Spellbreaker is almost certainly going to be losing this game. And just the constant pressure of these one-drop planes from Noen. So many of them have been removed by very efficient removal. 2 Pack 40s, the Flampanzer, the Reich's Research to take out the buff thing, but there's just the sea embargoes and the convoys for card draw. Just means that there was, at no point was no one ever remotely close to running out of cards to play on the board. And now he's finally picking up these close air supports that have been sitting on the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, this feels reminiscent to you know, when you had like these Soviet controlled guard decks that would just get farmed by bombers from like the classic Brit Air. And obviously that matchup was a lot worse than this one for Spellbreaker, but you know, he did pass on 1 and 2. Oh, that's painful.
He can suppress his Flampanzer.
No, it doesn't
Oh, but
remove pin. Do not suppress your own Flampanzers.
You can do it anyways and surrender. If he double suppresses, he's technically not dead on board. So that is what he's going to go through. I would have liked to see the suppress on the Barracuda just to bring everything down to 3 health in case you can draw carpet bombing and your opponent somehow forgets that they have Wellington in hand. Instead, we're going to see the 4th sea embargo coming out. And I would, of course, playing around carpet bombing. And at this point, I believe he does have the credits to just simply push up the shark. Noen instead is going to drive the game a little bit more by missing lethal, but it really does not matter. There's Leopold in Spellbreaker's deck. If Noen just continues to miss this Wellington in his hand. There's the carpet bombing coming a little bit too late. by maybe like 6 or 7 turns.
You think Spellbreaker is putting in Schwalbe for his next tournament on this deck?
If his round 1 opponent is Noen 5, maybe. Noen showing why he's seed 1, showing why he brings Brit Air to these tournaments. And now he has 2 chances to win on Jagro against a German Brit Reichsbank and a US Brit Ramp. If I'm Noen, I'm feeling pretty comfortable at this point. We've seen a lot of very heavy decks, a lot of these ramp-centric decks based around turn 3 Reichsbank, and then turn 4 you get 9 credits worth of stuff. But if your opponent just kills you before turn 4, Reichsbank's not that good. So that's definitely a possibility with Jagro.
Yeah, especially with the Type 94 TK earlies, that card is just a menace if you go 1 and your opponent doesn't have like a sickle or a 15th cavalry, one of these ways to kill it on turn 1 or 2. it just can run away with the game.
Spellbreaker is going first, and that's definitely something that he's pretty happy with. Jago is probably a deck where he's less worried about running out of cards. Where like he might be top decking, but like top decking against Jago if you're a control deck and you're running Glamour Boys and whatnot, you're probably fine with that. You're definitely much happier not having Noah have a turn 1 type 94 cavalry going first.
Now, Spellbreaker, does he run 738 Jaeger in this?
Surely he must. He does. He runs 3 copies of them. And
So
that's
then
what
you'd
no
really
one's
think
thinking
that,
about.
yeah. So it sort of rules out the 15th Cavalries. But it is a choice between Shibata and Signal Regiment. I do often like Shibata before Signal Regiment, because it's big enough that like it is very unlikely to die, but it also, limits your opponent's options.
Yeah, I'm a fan of keeping Signal Regiment back until you essentially have a free credit, or you know your opponent's clearing your board next turn. The Shibata is always just a unit you can push up, and he does go for the Shibata. The Spellbreaker just doing 35D, no op cost. I'm sure that this deck was working great in his practice matches, but unfortunately it is not working out too hot for him in these games. At this point, do you just like double push cavalry? Like if your opponent had Jaeger, surely they wouldn't just raw 35T on 2.
You wouldn't think so, would you?
Instead, he's just gonna say, your deck's kind of slow. Also, you want a Vikes bank on 3, so let's just make sure you take damage if you do that. However, he is gonna get punished by this because Spellbreaker almost certainly is just gonna slam down that turn 3 auto Canone, and no one does not have a way to remove it.
Or think about it, he could kill one of these Shibatas and only take 7 damage.
Actually, I think the Shibata triggers before it gets removed, so he would take 9 damage.
Oh, yeah.
And no one can actually remove Auto Canone now, and it's probably worth it. It feels awful, but this Canone is going to completely farm him, and you're confident you're not getting locked out of the front line, at least for a few turns. So you're not like worried about missing expansion draws if you double sack. No one instead is gonna push all the 1-drops and say, you can remove my stuff, but hopefully you don't have Nakshub and Jaeger Regiment. And Spellbreaker doesn't. Spellbreaker's not able to remove more than 2 of these units. Almost certainly going to be 2 units in the front line. And if you're Spellbreaker, you're probably at this moment thinking like, oh, I should have played Auto Canone on the other side of the HQ, maybe. Because this play reads to me, if I'm Spellbreaker, that my opponent has Bombing Raid in hand. And is just willing to let Canone eat 1 unit, and instead of 2 if you actually trade into it. Like this reads to me that you have removal in hand. Now no one doesn't. Maybe he was playing for the top deck, maybe he was just playing for the burn damage. Either way, he could still take out Canone, but now you want to take out the Heinkel.
Yeah, I suppose no one just felt comfortable in the backline that I should get enough burn grew to be able to take this one, right? I don't think that's crazy to think. I don't know if it's the most consistent way to go about this, but
yeah, I suppose you're kind of out of cards, but it's just Spellbreaker's running the 4 Glamour Boys, 2 Carpet Bombings. I'm just very unconvinced. I just feel like if at any point Spellbreaker draws like a Nakshub or a Jaeger Regiment, suddenly things are just going terribly for Noan. But this has been Noan's playstyle for years, where he's just willing to take much bigger risks and take risks much earlier on in games on aggro decks. And sometimes it does not work out for him at all, but sometimes it does. And sometimes he wins games that other players would have lost because he is willing to take a riskier path earlier on into a game. If he feels like his hand currently isn't looking too great.
Ooh, I don't like that. An extra damage taken by Spellbreaker, and he realizes it.
And continuing to put all of these units on the same side of the HQ. I suppose there's some argument for this way, like bombing raid doesn't hit HQ, and your opponent still has to trade into the autocanone.
Yeah, I mean, all of his options have been to stack the units on one side of the HQ, or he's putting a 2/2 on either side of his HQ.
Well, the reason he is not doing that is because no one doesn't run bombing raid in the deck.
What?
Which also raises a few questions about the choice to not remove autocanone, because that play reads bombing raid, but if you don't have bombing raid in the deck, that play just reads you're just going face because you're going face. Spellbreaker picking up the Glamour Boys, finally a good draw on his side. Likely just going to take out one of these 35 Ts and get the Glamour Boys down. You can't stop expansion this turn without taking a lot of damage.
Maybe no one was just. Oh my goodness! I mean, that's a pretty good draw. You kind of needed expansion into it.
Yeah, I just don't see how no one can close out the game from like. I don't see how he can close out 9 damage on 6 credit slots. Like, Spellbreaker is going to be able to end the game before Sheeted double attack can come through. Maybe if Sheeted is top decked next turn, and it could just be played out. But even then, Spellbreaker would be able to Carpet Bomb, kill it with Autocanone. And here, you have to kill both Shibatas. So it's surely going to be a Panzer Grenadier and Autocanone trade. This also gives you the 35T and combined arms in hand, and that's going to be useful to take out, say, just like a Sheet and Slam next turn. No bombing rate also limits the amount of burn no one has in the deck.
Yeah, no bombing raid. It's like we're back into the late end of Feigned Retreat meta. Back when people cut bombing raid.
He does run one copy of Enigma. No Eratos to fish for it, but if he can top deck an Enigma next turn, he might be cooking here.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, this.
Oh no.
Taking 2 unnecessary damage leaves the Shibata up. I do like that. Just go face.
If you go for this line, that makes the most sense. Yeah,
20
and
seconds.
I mean, I suppose there's no real punish, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have enough credits to do anything after Enigma, and he doesn't have 2 cards to do something like. Well, they shouldn't even be able to attack. So yeah, Spellbreaker. Just ending the game. And no one taking maybe a bit too much risk early on. I don't know if I can sign off on not removing that turn 3 autocanone. And yeah, things working out for Spellbreaker. Maybe this is sort of the matchup he was looking for. But now he's going to have to win with US Britain ramp into Jagro, and that's going to be perhaps a bit more of a tougher task. He does.
Who has to win with US Britain ramp?
Spellbreaker.
Okay. Well, let's see what he can muster up.
Well, his single copy of supply priorities and his is probably gonna be kept here. And again, going first.
The one thing I like for Noan is that he is, I think, the one and only player in this tournament running 4 copies of Shibata in his Japanese main deck.
Oh my goodness. Spellbreaker perhaps suffering from success here, because Spellbreaker does not run any convoys in his deck. He has War Bonds, and that'll draw one card. And looking through his deck, I think War Bonds is literally the only card in his deck that draws cards. So he does risk just running out of cards.
Yeah, and again, passing on turn 2 is... Like, I mean, I imagine in testing and on ladder, Spellbreaker played this deck, and he passed on 2, and he was playing against the 5th ramp deck in a row, and he didn't mind at all. But at this point, you start to mind.
Yeah, he could have gained credits with the United We Stand last turn if he really wanted to commit to taking 4 damage. Instead he's just gonna wait for the Milk Truck, which is the much more reasonable play here.
And still take 4 damage.
Yeah, Seiyun.
Oh, okay.
Devil's Brigade top deck is huge. He could take out the Seiyun 2 with the United We Stand and the ping from the Devil's Brigade. You do take 2 damage, but I think you're probably fine with that. Although, yeah, you're definitely... You have the Firebomb, you have the supply priorities. You're fine giving Jagro a credit slot here.
Yeah, I mean, you could have neither players gain a credit slot. I think that's fine. But then you take 2 more damage. Yeah, okay.
With his hand being almost entirely orders, he's actually going to ping the second Shibata regiment. This is an interesting play. How do you feel about this?
I think if you had a Glamour Boys in hand, I think I'd agree with the line. Without, like, seeing a guard for Seiyun, Well, you are blocking the front line, though. I guess there's a lot of value in blocking the front line.
There's also the thought process of Seiyun costs 2 to operate, and your opponent has 4 credits. So taking 3 at the expense of your opponent, not really doing anything. Not that bad. And no one floating the credit on turn 4 does not feel great. If you know in here. Spellbreaker...
In theory, he can clear the board here. In theory. You wouldn't even do it if you were a believer, though, because, I mean, you have to do 2 orders before the Shibata dies, right?
You could kill the Shibata first. And only take 2 damage if you're a true believer.
Oh, explain that to me.
Firebomb Shibata.
I see. Gotcha.
Oh, Spellbreaker not knowing the text on Seiyun, maybe that's why he didn't attack it. Seiyun cannot be attacked by ground units while it sits in the support line, meaning it cannot be traded into with Milk Truck to remove it with this second United We Stand. Also, if you know it, you now know for a fact your opponent has second United We Stand in hand, based on that attempted trade.
Well, maybe no one thinks he was just, like, reading the card, hasn't seen it in a while. You don't know.
I think you would see the like, attack.
Alright, this is why no one doesn't run Bombing Raid. Watch this shenano. Okay, sorry.
Goes for the Raiden Brigade, guarantees removal, gets that chip damage in. And Seiyun's now dealt 6 damage, and this Signal Regiment's also dealing some damage. He can... Do you just take the 50-50 on the Firebomb?
I mean, probably, right?
Are you at this point?
You can supply priorities if it misses.
Seems to be starting with supply priorities. Okay, gets out
okay.
Actually, honestly, this is a very solid line. You get your big bomber down on the board. You don't take any damage from the Signal Regiment. You don't put any unnecessary damage on the B-24J. If you know it, I feel like you just kind of ignore this.
To be honest, I completely missed that it was the J variant. Because usually when you play that card on turn 1, in the modern era, usually you're taking the Blitz.
I think if you know, and you're definitely doing double 35T phase. I kind of almost want to just do 35T phase, and then just play out the Shenano. Keep the committed reserves to get through a Glamour Boys. Because your opponent's 3 credits to remove one of your units. I guess he can end the game out really quickly if there's like a Bomber Mafia that comes out.
Yeah, okay, but 3 credits to kill each of your units. How much does that matter when he doesn't like run and draw in the deck?
Your bomb.
Like, there's a good chance like Spellbreaker is going to be like floating credits these next few turns.
If this can hit the 35T, which it does, and actually removes 35T, this means Devil's Brigade is going to get up. It's going to stop any ability for this expansion draw next turn. I think he's probably just thinking, do I ping this Signal Regiment or do I just not care and ping face?
Well, here's another thought. You know, he's... Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Because what if your opponent just has like 3 1-drops? I mean, that seems really unlikely at this point, right?
But 3 1-drops and a 1 of Enigma. They're 1 of Enigma to draw a card.
Alright, it sounds less reasonable when I think about it that way. But what does 13 credit slots do for Spellbreaker afterwards?
Bomber Mafia attack with B24D.
Alright, fair enough.
Triple Shenano hit to remove the Devil's Brigade. Huge outcome for Noan. And Spellbreaker, top deck Cromwell. This is, knowing you are top decking, this is one of the better draws you can get. Obviously, best draw would probably be a Bomber Mafia, and knowing the hand of Noan, a Carpet Bombing would be perfectly fine here, a Strategic Bombing. Cromwell not going to be too shabby. Noan has a lot of draws for expansion, and of course he could just push up the Signal Regiment for 4 credits. And again, just Noan valuing these decks with a huge amount of card draw. And just coming out of his Spellbreaker. Now, Spellbreaker did go first, I believe, in all 3 games. And going first, that is a big hit to the amount of cards you are going to draw naturally. However, going first is probably something he wanted to do in at least the 2nd and 3rd game. No one here, double type 93, just going to swing face for 4. Spellbreaker does have quite a few board players in the deck. Albacore, okay, he can stay alive. He can even stop any damage to the HQ. And we see no one's hand, and that it is going to lead to a somewhat awkward position, but if you Spellbreak, you're definitely feeling pretty bad about it.
But he does effectively play around Enigma.
Oh, and if you know it, you just feel so awkward here, because if you just play out your entire hand, and your opponent top decks a card for Bobby or a Bomber Mafia, your Enigma is doing nothing this game. I mean, like, you can Jaeger and sack a type 93. I think you kind of have to. Because you risk never getting the front line again. Like, if you just, like, pass this turn, and your opponent top decks a Boyd Clear and puts Cromwell to the front line, obviously he's risking dying to Sheedan.
You could draw, like, an Audacity if you're, like, really good at the game.
Yeah. You know what would be a really good draw if he does Jaeger trade type 94? Or type 93.
Raid?
Yeah. Instead he's just gonna play out his entire hand. You know, hope there's maybe like a Bomber Mafia and he doesn't play the Bomber. Afterwards, hope that there's just not a Boyd Clear. There's so many Boyd Clears in the deck though. But there isn't any card draw, and that's just gonna be game over for Spellbreaker. Yep, just coming short against the very aggro decks of Noan. I think Spellbreaker perhaps was expecting to get the lineups we see from some of the other players in this tournament, where they're bringing 2 or 3 sort of control ramp decks. No one bringing some aggro decks. Although Spellbreaker choosing to ban no one's slowest deck, perhaps he was trying to go after these aggro decks. We do see his decks are much more teched for aggro than some of the other decks we see in this tournament. But it's just not going to work out here today against No 1-5, and that's going to be No 1-5 advancing to the semifinals 2-1 over Spellbreaker. Your prediction was correct.
Super close though. He was really just a Bomber Mafia away from taking that one.
Yeah. Game 2 Game 3 very, very close. Game 2 was also quite close. Game 1 was a lot less close, but yeah, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And now let's see if we can pull up the bracket here, see if any of the other results are in. We do have Tiger a very quick 2-0 over 66 better, moving on to the next round, showing that perhaps his US German deck is something that other players have been missing in the meta. Maybe it's a bit of a meta call. I mean, 2-0 in 66 better in round 1 of an OCC is no easy feat. However, that is going to be it for us for now. We are going to hand it over to Cornguy and Thanatron for our second quarterfinals match, which is going to be Cargo versus Tanshan.
Thank you, Jking and Berto. Thanks for walking us through that incredible matchup between No 1-5 and Spellbreaker. What'd you think?
You know, it's always crazy to see some no plays, No 1-5 plays. 12.5% chance, I believe, on getting the 50-50 3 times in a row. Really blew that game open. Small percentage chance, but as Michael Scott once said, you miss every shot you don't take. So gotta take shots to make shots.
Yeah, if I was a friend or a relative of Spellbreaker, I would keep that man away from any cans of mayonnaise.
I wouldn't be
After
asking
I
him for
lost
my
like that.
Powerball numbers, that's for sure.
True. Those are mine.
So we're just waiting a quick second here for our players to get their bands in, and we will take you right back into the action. Who do you have for this match after taking a look at the decks, Corn?
Sure. I definitely am rolling with Cargo is my prediction.
Why is that? Just
I
like the name.
certainly that name definitely is rolling off the tongue. Sorry, as for a second. I'm a big fan of the Brit Soviet air list. Unfortunately, we do see it banned out here. And wow, I don't know how I feel about this matchup after these bans. Wow, I mean, unexpected.
Really interesting. Sorry, not to interrupt, but really interesting thoughts here on just sort of the power scaling of how like all the decks are right now. Only 2 players bring Brit Soviet Air. They're the number 1 and number 2 seeds, and we talked in the pre-show, if you were with us, about perhaps that's sort of an indication of the power level of those 2 decks. And now I believe both of those players getting that deck banned out of their 3. So really interesting here that the rest of the field not bringing it, but also recognizing how powerful it is and banning it. So probably keep an eye out on that if you are playing the World Championship. I think that is a pretty clear indicator of how powerful, how strong, and how fast that deck can be. And I don't think it takes a genius to sort of add that up from today's festivities.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm still gonna roll Cargo. I wasn't expecting the bans like that, but I think the needle sways a little bit against his favor, but I guess we shall see.
Absolutely. As we just give another moment here for our players to get ready. It looks like they are indeed ready as we get down to the action here.
Hmm. So Tanshan having his US Brit ramp list banned away from him. Um, you know, I wasn't expecting that one, but it is a solid list to ban. And it also is a list that feels bad to lose against. So, sometimes you want to ban the list that you would be tilted the most to lose against.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting here as well to see Twee throw back Blitz Doctrine. When that card was first introduced, obviously it was also cheaper, but when it was first introduced, it was definitely not something someone was throwing back. And a lot of how this deck sort of works, right, is having the early ramp to be able to get into your doctrine faster. But he didn't keep it on the mulligan. He kept even holding that first war machine, that first bit of ramp. Did draw it off the errata, so at some point doesn't matter. But interesting into the sort of strategy of Twee, who is playing, a really interesting spot where you're in your first OCC, I believe, right? Maybe. Has one that I'm not recalling, but I'm pretty sure this is his first one. And playing from that number 2 seed, that auto qual spot, pretty insane.
Yeah, so looking at the board real fast, Tanshan has, a fast early start, but he kind of dumped his hand out already. He's at an early disadvantage if he cannot refill and stabilize, and that's presuming Tweed DeCargo can, work on clearing this board, stabilizing. He has a lot of tools, but those tools cost a bit.
Really interesting. He seems to feel like he can't afford the ramp, tempo wise, that he really needs to sort of mitigate some damage and make a trade here, which is pretty crazy, to not play, um, to be in a situation where you don't immediately want to just slam down your turn 2 war machine. That's why you've got it.
Yeah, well, Tweety Cargo does not have any healing in terms of milk trucks nor Alpenfestung, so each bit of life is a precious value against an aggressive start.
Each HP a precious gift.
A precious gift that you need to savor and cherish.
And this Legion tech coming in really well here for Tanshan. He was able to go from Plan West directly into Stretch the Line, directly into Intel. That'll build you a nice little board on an easy budget.
What would you do if you saw a large and in charge Polish Legion unit advancing at you? You just play a pack 40, obviously.
Yeah, that's definitely a good strategy. I wonder how that second guy keeps up with the first guy on the horse.
Um,
It's
years
just
of
really
practice.
fast.
Years of practice. There's a key saying if you're trying to get a horse to follow you, it's giddy up.
We'll have to fact check that. We see a lot of ramp in Twee's hand, and again, just not feeling like he has the time. The tempo game has gotten away from him to a point where he just does not feel like he can afford this ramp, afford it with his health and his time. Kind of a nice play here, sets up the really nice double trade. The way those numbers work out with the Alpine buff on that second uh, Devils.
Devil's Brigade really putting the name Brigade and Devil's Brigade out here, just clearing the front line, saying, hey, let's get rid of your legions, huh? See what you can do without those.
And now it feels a little better for Twee. He's sitting at only lost 4 health so far, and this board isn't great, but it isn't the most frightening thing that he could possibly see. Probably doesn't want to set up one of these Panzergren trades just because his hand's getting a little hard to manage.
You don't want to take 6 here. So like the question is, do you take 4 damage and get some credits back, or do you just try to clear the board
Well, if you were okay with taking 4 damage, the option to flying bomb and bank was on the table for 3 each. So then you're only taking 4 damage, and next turn you've got so much money to try to finally maybe get some of your permanent ramp down, and also maybe get into the board in a better way. Desperate's going to ensure 6 damage anyway, no matter what, and it's going to make that trade. That would have been a really useful card for Twee. That would have got him deeper into his deck and made a really nice blitz trade. That would have been tremendous. The ramp just seems to clog the hand now. That Biggs Restorer just too slow.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want, but also not how you want it, right? You want this ramp. You want to be able to get your blitz doctrines out, etc. But if you can't find the time to play it, I mean, what are we doing? I mean, it's just one of those situations where it just didn't go how you wanted it to, and it really stings.
Yeah. He wanted it to be one way, but it was the other way. Recon unit not super useful.
Yeah.
And we see here as well, Thanatron not going to waste some really nice removal on something as simple as a mostly dead, barely buffed 35T. But it is certainly getting hairy for Twee. He's got to take that draw, I would assume. But the problem is it would kill both units with the 1 damage destruction. So he actually can't do that. I take that back. Probably has to make the 35T trade first.
Right. So, like we said, there is no healing for Tweeta Cargo. However, there's still hope. He could pull a B25H off of Bomber Mafia. I mean, not that he needs the healing right now, but he could still find a tad bit off of a gunship. Wow.
Where did his Jaeger go? Do some sleight of hand? There it is. He was like holding it on the board in a way that I could not see it in his window. Yeah, and the commit the reserves. Tanshin holding that baby up, just ready to pounce.
The reserves were chomping at the bit to be committed.
And now
Like,
here we go with the doctrine. We're gonna get ourselves a tank. We'd love something with blitz. Anything to take this front line away would be huge. I gotta imagine we're not seeing a blitzer as an option, or there would have been a much quicker pick. Perhaps some Stoogs. 38T is not bad. It'll at least get him a draw. Contest doctrine to make sure this 35T comes out with a buff. Running out of time here, but I'm sure that's mostly spectator mode.
so DeCargo here chose to let Japan Legions go through, which, is a fine decision and everything. But if he can get such a dominant win against it round one, he's got to be feeling really good about, round two, especially if Tangent has to find a win against another one of DeCargo's decks with this Japan list. Hopefully it can draw better. But
Yeah,
Drunken Life, Dreamy Death. Well
pretty
said.
nice bombing raid with some extra damage from the destruction there, but that 1 health Zerstore is very, very frightening when you don't have any cards. Twee's still sort of on death's door here, though.
Winning
But
on
he's
board
feeling
and in
feeling
hand.
pretty good about the resources. Yeah, absolutely. I imagine you just got to send two bodies to the front line to really protect yourself. You can live through a Sheeden hit, turn 11 for the double Sheeden hit, pretty far away.
Yes, this is what we call in the industry a face race.
He's considering all these buffs here. you have to move that other body up. I mean, the 6/6 really isn't. Okay, another 35T that works as well. And provides more damage. But yeah, I definitely would
Big
not have been
scouting party.
comfortable without that second body. And yeah, we're not even gonna make you saw through a 4/4 guard. We know we're cooked. Tanchan
Well,
with a good start, but Tweed to Cargo with a
wow.
really nice sustained play to get to the late game where he could really mop up those little units.
Yeah, and I'm definitely rooting for Tweeta Cargo here. Like I said at the beginning, I do have predicted Tweeta Cargo and no in 5 in the finals. So in order to, have my predictions come true, we're gonna have Twee get this win out here.
I doth hath predicted.
So what are you thinking here? What do you think Tanchan's gonna bring? Do you think you stick the legions after that draw, or do you want to break?
Yeah, really interesting here, right? So we know Twee's Japan deck is a pretty standard Jagro with some interesting stuff as well. Some interesting high end, a Sheeden, a Dragon Slayer, a Winter Regiment as their store. Pack 40 not really high end in terms of damage, but that 4 cost skews pretty high on that deck's curve, and obviously it does provide you a little bit of removal. But yeah, we can see it looks like we're just sticking Japan. And I can understand that, right? All these legions provide a lot of guard for Jagro to saw through. Tanchan probably would have liked to go first. That's going to be a little bit more difficult here. It would have been nice to have those guards down on the turns before the units come.
Yeah, and we see the recon come down. It's going to make the on the ascent a little bit more interesting. You don't necessarily want to just get a 1/0 cost card when you have a bunch of Jagro units bearing down on you.
We with the early expansion, getting that first expansion off, going first, definitely can be a big boon for the Jagro player here. But dealing with all of these 1 damage destruction effects can be really difficult in this matchup. Really have to manage your 1-drops against the board that you're sort of presented.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, could swing either way depending on what comes off the top of the deck so far.
And Twee trying to make quick work of the set.
I mean, these Shabatas are just standing across the battlefield menacingly. It's like, you play in order. No, you play in order.
Oof, that stretched the line. Immediately played. I don't care about 2 damage. What I need is a big guard.
Yeah. Tension has. He wants to build a line and he wants to stretch it wide.
Spectator mode. Taking a minute to catch up here. That is a shenano. Maybe worth the little bit of damage here to your own face. There's a lot of pings and a couple of 1 health units that are one of which behind guard. Would be nice to get those down. Could maybe well, no, you don't want to take out the 2/1 with the 1/3 because again, that extra bit of destruction damage it will trade rather than be of value.
Yeah, I mean, either you go for the Zestor or the Shinano plus the Jaeger Regiment ping.
Yeah, maybe as your store is to play, you delay the Shinano play for 1 more turn, and maybe you're able to get some other stuff out. The suppress before the Shinano would also be pretty deadly, I think. Not deadly, but taking half the health away from that. Legion's unit certainly ensures it's much less of a sponge for that play.
Yeah. Deadly is a duty, as they say.
and duty.
On the ascent being blocked by that signal regiment. Obviously, it's a solution to signal regiment, but it's not a great one. And it is going to block any sort of big value play from on the ascent. You're not going to have any other zero tack units coming out of Jagro to take advantage of there.
All right, he reveals the Shinano.
Now he knows.
Got to get some knowing luck here.
Yeah, and I think that there is a really nice play here with Jaeger, suppress, and then Shinano. You still get to move the Restore afterwards. You can almost guarantee a draw with the Jaeger by putting it on the 1 health unit. It's going to be a lot of pings. Statistically, almost assuredly, you're going to hit that 2-1. Still going to be able to move the Restore. The 5-5 is only going to be a 2-2 if you throw the suppression into it, so you're more likely to clear out more with your pings.
All right.
8 damage on that Shinano if he goes with the line.
Twee's thinking about it. It was a
beautiful world when it did 10 damage.
He's waiting for the right time.
True, yeah.
Till he sees the whites of the horse's eyes in the front line.
All right. Instead, we are...
Boom. There we go.
Doing it in a little different order, but, pretty decent results here. That is a slow unit we are not too worried about. Dragon Slayer would be a good play if there wasn't a very injured Restorer ready to fly itself right through that Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, and, guess who's not here? Tarnow Regiment. Neither game has he showed up. He RSVP'd. Is he going to be fashionably late?
Yeah, hope really so. Not showing up to work on time. His boss not happy.
It's like, Tarnow? Thought you said you were going to show up on time. It's like, sorry, sir, the horses didn't say giddy up. He was commuting from Rangoon. Sorry.
So probably a pretty good play here. I would think about here. You could Restore first, clearing a spot on your back line, having 5 credits left to be able to run that Winter Regiment. You'll be able to deal with its 1 damage after effect pretty easily. It's not gonna kill any of your units. You'll finally get it off the board. You will have cleared Tanshan's board. You'll be sitting with a small board yourself with a nice fat Winter Regiment ready to just keep generating value basically until Tanshan can find removal for it. Because I don't think he's going to get through it with trades. See, let's think about some other lines here. He could certainly just make a regular old trade here. And just take the front line the old-fashioned way. Going face, we are out ahead in the race. We don't need to make trades. Certainly a line I like from Twee. He loses Winter Regiment this way, but the game is very much over.
Wow. Quick 2L by Twee
really
to
nice
Cargo.
line. Yeah, really nice line there at the end. Maybe a little less seen or maybe even better than the obvious line. So super impressive for his first OCC. Quick win.
Yeah, just unfortunate the Japan Legions list to not play how it was hoped that it would come out. Sometimes Japan Legions can just get a commanding lead over Jagro, but not today. Was not meant to be. Shout out to Tanshin. Back to the drawing board. Hopefully you can use this information learned in the World Championships. But yeah, congrats to Twee to Cargo advancing on to the semifinals.
Yeah, really, really excellent match. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket as it's formed here sort of after our first round. Or we will take a look at the bracket here in a solid second. But yeah, really, really great showing, like we said. And going to move on to play Tiger, I believe, right? As the number 2. He's in the lower half of the bracket. We saw Tiger move on. So that is going to be an excellent matchup of a guy in his first OCC against a guy in his first OCC in a long time, but certainly someone with a wealth of experience in Tiger. And then Taboo, 2-0 over HQT, will set up our semis, Known 5 versus Taboo, and like we said, Twee Cargo versus Tiger.
Absolutely.
Alrighty, so we are now done with the quarterfinals. We have our final 4, and we saw our our seeds number 1 and 2, the 2 players who qualified straight off of ladder, Tweed Cargo and Known 5 advancing, as well as we saw our seed number 3, Tiger, who went 5-0, the only 5-0 in the qualifier Swiss round, also advancing. So clearly showing why these players have gotten where they've gotten, why they have won the games they have won. However, doing it with slightly different decks, pretty different decks. Where Known 5 and Tweed Cargo playing somewhat similar decks. A few card changes here or there, but Tiger doing his own thing. So it's going to be very exciting to see Tweed Cargo versus Tiger in the other semifinal. But first, we are going to see Known 5 versus his opponent.
Taboo.
Taboo. Thank you for that.
Who is also doing his own thing. I really don't want to see the Sheedan OTK deck get banned. I understand why one might ban the Sheedan OTK deck, because sometimes it just goes off. But, it's fun to roll the dice a little bit, no? I want to see it.
And we will take a look at decks. And I will let you go over Taboo's decks because you seem very excited about those. So I'll take a look first at Known 5's decks. And we've seen them already, but let's take a quick look at them again. Of course, his first deck here is the Japan-German aggro deck, Jagro, everybody's favorite. Very popular deck list. Few Known touches in there like that. Seiyun, but will that be important? We'll have to see. His second deck, another Known classic for the last couple of months. It is Britain Soviet Air. Saw it perform very, very well for Known in the quarterfinals, and saw it eat a ban in the other quarterfinals from Tweed Cargo versus Tanshin. So another very powerful, very aggressive deck. And then last but not least is everybody's favorite German USA mid-range Reichsbank ramp, whatever you want to call it. But again, it's an 0-5, so he has his own twist on it with the Alpenfestung, the Leopold, the one copy of ASW Patrol. It's a very spicy deck. Very just solid lineup. There doesn't seem to be anything that seems to be very easily targetable in Known 5's lineup, so it'll be interesting to see what Taboo ends up banning. But let's take a look at Taboo's decks now.
Now, first up, we have this Sheedan self-credit denial OTK that I was talking about just moments before. Very cool deck, even running a single stand together, which may look pretty strange, but it's actually just so that you're able to kill your own 40th Cavalry Regiment to get that credit cheat on your hand, just a little bit more consistently and a little bit earlier. Especially useful against decks that are running Suppress. Next up, we have this German-France compromise, sabotage, discard hybrid, which I'm very excited to see. And he is running Schwalbe, so we're probably going to get to see that Brit deck again from Known, that air deck. And finally, we have an attrition fatigue strategy with the Brit France going for a little more of the classic strategy, not running any sabotages, instead running honor and loyalties, and going for that late game victory.
Yeah, Taboo with a very, very different lineup from really everybody else in this tournament. And I mean, we saw it gave him a 2-0 over HQT, if I recall correctly, in the quarterfinals. And I mean, now he's going up against Noen though, and we saw Noen dismantle a triple control lineup in the quarterfinals somewhat easily. So, do you think we're going to see the same thing where Noen's German-US deck gets banned because it's the most popular deck on ladder, and then it's just going to be his two more aggressive decks, or do you think he's going to try to target that German-US deck?
Well, I think it's probably the German deck getting banned because Blitz Doctrine can really pose an issue to these late game control decks. Sometimes you're able to, punish them a little bit for how many credits it takes, how many cards they put into their hand. But, if they see the Blitz Doctrine, they're getting the Contest Doctrine out. And if they mill 4 cards to do it, usually they don't really care all that much. They recover that value well enough throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think on the flip side for bans, I think if you're 0-5, I think you just ban Sheen and OTK because you're kind of fine going into like I feel like the issue with Mill is Jagro and Air both want you to draw them cards because they're capable of playing out their hand far faster than mill decks are capable of dealing with the cards on the board in different ways. With Jagro just going very wide with a lot of units, whereas Air they just have the 4-unit support line and then just have all of their buff cards. Air gets hit a little harder because they have a lot of just card draw cards. So like if you end up with like 4 Convoy Sincerely Yours MI5 in your hand early. And then they're just forcing you to overdraw close air supports. Maybe you can win that way. But I just feel like these France decks are going to struggle against Air and Jagro. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe the German France deck has a bit more options to remove big units from Air.
Yeah, you could just ban the Schwalbe, essentially. Like, that card can win against Air on its own.
That is true. And yeah, our players are still thinking about their bans. So they're probably finding it just as difficult as we are. I suspect we will see the Oh, I have no idea what you ban if you're taboo here. You kind of want to ban all 3 of your opponent's decks. You kind of just wish you could bring a different lineup. I feel like you wanted the U.S. Brit ramps. You wanted the Brit U.S. ramps. Really, what you wanted is Spellbreaker to win the last set. So you can go up against these decks with very little card draw in them. And just use your control tools to beat them out.
I mean, one thing I'll say is that Alpenfestung, very bad card against Taboo.
If you think about it, Taboo will force him to reach fatigue faster, which means you will be faster, more able to, or more quickly be able to play Alpenfestung with no cards in your deck to not get any downside.
True. Also, another just interesting thing that I just saw, Noen in his Germany US 235 Ts. I suppose that's because he only has 4 infantry 1-drops. And
Yeah, I think it does make
not
sense.
much other infantry in total, even.
We've seen a lot of German decks struggle to get infantry units for their 35 Ts with these much more tank-heavier builds.
Yeah, and sorry, 6 infantry 1-drops. I mean, I missed his 2 164th infantries from the USA side.
Yeah, 164th is an interesting card that it's very interesting for Noen to be running that because I feel like a lot of German US decks don't run that. But also Noen's deck is simultaneously heavier than other German US decks. But he has like a bit more consistent early game. It'll be interesting to see if no one makes it to the finals, it'll be interesting to see maybe a German-US mirror between these two variations of the deck, because no one definitely has the most out there version of the 5 German-US decks that we have seen in this tournament.
Yeah, the 164th is so good as a reactive play in like the first like 3 turns. If like, your opponent's taking the front line, it really just feels like one of the best ways to contest that front line, apart from maybe something like Bloody Sickle. But even still, Bloody Sickle, it's more value with the draw, but it's a lot lower tempo. Whereas, if somebody pushes up like a Type 94 TK early attacks you early on, you're able to maybe play a 1-drop, play the 164 if it can be such a blowout.
Alrighty. We have the ban, so we'll be seeing that here in a moment. Just finishing that thought on 164, I think it's so good with the Jaeger regiment. Like, both of them are 1-attack blitz, but like Jagro is the most common front line with like 1-drop and then a 35T, like a 1 health unit and a 35T. With the Jaeger regiment and 164th, lets you trade in 164th first, then the Jaeger becomes a 2-4, and then that can take out the 35T. Really, very, very strong reaction. But we see the bans here. No One 5's Jagro deck is going to get banned, and Taboo's Britain-France deck will be banned. So, yeah, I don't think something either of us were necessarily expecting.
Yeah, I don't mind banning Jagro from Taboo. I think that's pretty reasonable, right? Just because it puts out the most early pressure. You have to deal with Type 94 TK earlies and all that sort of stuff. But the Brit ban from No and 5, that shocks me, to be honest.
I suppose it's just that it's not something you really want to match your Jagro into, and you were probably not expecting your Jagro to be banned.
That could be it.
However, we're going to get game 1. It's going to be the Britain-Soviet Air versus the German-France. And this is going to be a very hard matchup, I feel like, for Taboo. It's times like these where I wonder what happened to Sudden Strike. It almost feels like Sudden Strike has been rotated, because just in the last year, unanimously everybody has just like agreed to drop Sudden Strike from every single German deck.
Well, you know what I think part of it is? Part of it is that like ramp doesn't run like honey anymore,
That is true. The popularity of ramp on ladder and in tournaments has made Sudden Strike just a just fully dead card. It's starting to come back with first responders, where ramp is sometimes getting 2 drops. First responders has sort of fallen off in popularity a bit this month compared to last month. Taboo just nothing to do until turn 3. Gonna see if this Reichsbank is gonna work out too well for him. I mean, you can get the turn 4 Hipper off going first, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, certainly helps out.
Kind of has anti-synergy with the compromise you want to play on that turn.
It does. I mean, this deck does have like a lot of anti-synergies, right? But
Ooh, maybe you just Reichsbank instead of compromise, because the compromise doesn't
yeah,
do a whole lot.
I think that makes sense. Keeps your opponent's options more limited for longer as well.
That's exactly what he's going to go for. And this might give him the ability to do a very early Maelstrom, if no one just goes wide here. Like, if no one does Swordfish, Shark, Face, this Maelstrom might come out next turn. And
yeah, maybe.
Swordfish, Shark, Face does seem like the most reasonable play here. I feel like you don't want to just go for like a Kitty Hawk.
Ooh, that's a great draw here.
Yeah, no one doesn't run anything like unexpected resistance. So yeah, just lets you take out the swordfish, get 2 units in the front line. No one doesn't have any particularly easy way to get rid of these.
And you said this was a bad match. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, this is what Taboo wanted to see here.
Yeah, and Taboo is on 4 Reichsbanks. We've seen a lot of players with just 2 Reichsbanks in their decks. Taboo saying, you know, I want the consistency of 4, and that makes these just like Reichsbank into Reichsbank in the early game turns much more likely. And he is getting full use of those extra credits. Well, not quite last turn, but if you're knowing here, yeah, you can't clear, so you're probably just gonna go for the value trade.
That's surprising to me. Yeah, Taboo, you can just Rima full clear out. Like, surely that's what you do.
Yeah, you don't want to go for compromises yet. Rima, perfectly fine. Your opponent still
Yeah,
has
like,
to answer this.
double compromise is fine, right? But, like, you do really want to trade that Grief 4 into the Kitty Hawk.
I do suspect we're gonna see Swordfish double Shark this turn. Because Taboo doesn't really have a way to clear that yet. And it's also gonna empty down no one's hand, make these compromises a bit harder. You just double compromise here, right? Well, start with the first one, see if you pick anything up. Although you risk drawing your opponent. Like if your opponent gets double cast, or I guess he kind of needs triple cast, and you've seen one already. He's just trying to drop the Annihilation. Which makes it most likely that Maelstrom clears next turn.
Yeah, I mean, no one also runs Patriotic Firestorm, which would be really scary, right?
Yeah. Another cast gets picked up. Knowing no one, he's just going to send these both face. But
he is going to do his due diligence of thinking about not sending it face.
Yeah, it's very easy to make fun of no one. Just like, yeah, no one goes face every time. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't work out, like in that game too. We saw in the quarterfinals. But no one's a very good player. Like, he does put a lot of thought into when it is the best time to just start going into face. And that wins him a lot of games other players might lose. And sure enough, double attack face, but not after a long thing. Maelstrom comes out, and this will leave Rima at 1 health to be taken out by the Bloody Sickle. Chaika, Sea Embargo.
Sea Embargo. Yeah, that Sea Embargo draw is pretty massive.
And if you can get something you can play, it stops Sabotage. Like, it gets you out of Sabotage range, which obviously Taboo doesn't have anything in hand, but the off-Chlorung pickup, I mean...
I do wonder if you just go for, like, a contest doctrine for the sake of my opponent will have 3 cards, and I hope that they're not, like, great for him right now.
Yeah.
And maybe I can, you know, get, like, a Flame Panzer or something.
He starts with the off-Chlorung. That's very much not the countermeasures you're looking for. That arguably might be the 3 worst countermeasures he could have been offered. Maybe missing instead of retaliation.
I was thinking like a bridge too far wasn't that bad.
I certainly would have picked it over Envelop. Like, you're not playing it anytime soon, but like your opponent's almost certainly not taking the front line this game. There's times where Air will take the front line, but I don't think this is one of those matchups. Compromise picks up a pack 40, and that makes the rest of his turn much better. Probably gonna sickle the off Chlorung. Just to save health on the Chaika once you do the Claim the Skies at the end of the turn. but you want to double sickle first for card draw. Plays Sea Embargo faster than we can see it for a third shark.
And instead using the bloody sickles on this one.
And he just knows. This is it's simply a known skill difference. Picking up the gladiator, the shark goes face. No one just says I don't need to kill the off-clawing. That's why he double sickles. Says, you know, it's an infantry unit. I'm planning on winning this game. Before that, HMS and 4th Cass gets picked up. Schwalbe gets picked up, however, on the side of Taboo, so it's not quite one-sided. He's thinking about Reichsbank. Surely you can't sabotage in this situation. Goes for the. I guess he's Blitz Doctrining first and then gonna do Reichsbank. Fits out
I
his
was
group better.
thinking.
Doesn't. I guess he doesn't want to defend in depth.
Yeah, I felt like I would have Wolfpacked the 3/6.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Get rid of +2/+4 of buffs. Also just heals you 3 damage. Heals you 3 essentially. If
not, more if
Oh, it is Patriotic Firestorm top deck. You double claim the skies, and this is just gonna be lethal.
He's just built different,
yeah,
James.
that is simply just lethal coming out from No 5, showing the explosive potential of this. In fact, he's BMing going much over lethal. He did not need to play either claim the skies there. And if you're Taboo, you're probably just kind of salty.
Like, I'm salty on his behalf.
Everything went right for your deck up until the point where Noah's entire hand was all of the burn in his deck. Yeah, that's just shows why air is so powerful. It's just constantly playing out these really annoying 3 health units in the support line that are just very hard to continually remove. And as soon as he stuck 3 units on the board, Taboo took maybe one wrong decision there, not going for the wolf pack or the defend in depth, and just getting nuked from orbit as the punish.
But even if he did do the wolf pack, no one had HMS Illustrious, so
yeah.
I mean, what can you even do?
And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe No 5 has started second in all 5 of his games so far today. Which typically is something somebody would complain about, but No is 3-1 so far.
Yeah, well, he hasn't really been playing against decks that have taken advantage of having the turn 1. He's not had any frontline mirrors.
That is true. Taboo's going to be able to go for the triple mill on turn 4. However, you're not feeling great about it. This is definitely not the hand you want. Going for doubles Reichsbank. I suppose you have the card draw in hand to refill, so you can double Reichsbank Auto Cadone, save the honor and loyalty for something bigger, hopefully, that no one plays this turn.
Yeah, it just kind of sucks that he's able to just double hit the auto cannon. As long as he does it in the right order.
Now, no one has his own Reichsbank. I don't think we've ever seen 3 Reichsbanks played by turn 4 in an OCC before. I think I'm pretty confident in saying that.
Pick that off the bingo.
No one might just go for a Panzer Grenadier 35T buff to hit the Auto Cadone. I guess that leaves you with a 4-1, and the errata could easily trade into it. The alternative is maybe Milk Truck Restorer. Picks up the Blitz Doctrine. And at this point, you just Blitz Doctrine and War Machine? Or He says, you know what? I don't want that many cards in hand. I'm gonna go for the Zustore milk truck. And 15
Yeah, and this is
credits from
fine.
Taboo. This is getting silly. Picks up the third compromise. I don't know if it's the correct play or not, but I really want him to go for compromise, honor, and loyalty here.
Oh, of course. The people demand it.
And the War Machine pickups from Noah, not what you want to see. You want to be seeing your higher value cards. They're not terrible.
Well, they're pretty good. Yeah. It's still a stage in the game where like they're pretty nice. You got them out of the hand quick.
And doesn't go for the honor and loyalty here. I'm honestly very surprised about that. He's not even going for the third compromise here. I'm very interested to learn what his thought process is on that, because something a lot of players who are new to mill will do is assume that if you can mill your opponent, it is always the correct decision, and that's definitely not the case. It's definitely good to have a healthy a healthy respect for keeping board presence, creating your own board presence. However, in a situation where your opponent essentially has nothing on board, not choosing to draw some more cards and mill them 3 is interesting. I don't
But
think
you
it's a
know
good-
why? It's because he wants to play synthetic oil this turn.
That is true. And that's exactly what he's going to go for. Taboo cheating out 20 additional credits by turn 7.
Well, sort of. It depends how you count, but
Yeah, I suppose if you add up the cost of all of the necessary cards, he's cheated out 5 credits by turn 7, which sounds a lot less impressive. That's the same as just playing a War Machine.
or a Nashu.
No one with his own Reichsbank and his own War Machines. Just a lot of credit cheating going on in this game, with both players up at very high health totals because of the compromises.
Early we get to see honor and loyalty here, though, right?
Well, you know, it's 17 credits to work with, and he picks up the third Reichsbank. Knowing him, I'm sure Taboo will play this before the turn is done, but he's going to start with the card draw. Help Infesting picked up, 38T picked up.
Yeah. No one definitely wanted to see this Alpenfesting just go into the trash from an overdraw.
Takes the
I
Panzer
maybe would have liked
Age.
the 3E with the 35T in hand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, just having a unit with Blitz, I feel like at this point, no one is still going to be able to put forward a large number of threats this game.
Yeah, you should win the late. Wait, how many cards is he at?
He is at 8.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. This seemed weird.
No one picking up another War Machine. Up to 10 credit slots, and it has an additional 5 credits this turn from another Reichsbank. Looking at the Canone, and it's so hard to figure out how to effectively spend these huge credit totals on full hands.
Yeah.
Like, surely you
Yeah,
have to
you don't
start
even
going for-
want to count.
Surely you have to go for Doctrine. Like, you know your opponent runs Maelstrom. You can't just, like, simply make a huge board. No one says, you know what, I can just simply make a huge board.
Yeah, it's you simply trust that he doesn't have it. And he's right every time.
Yeah, if Taboo could find a Maelstrom off the top, and we saw the Panzer 3H, you have to be thinking after Panzer 3H, there's a pretty decent chance Taboo would have picked it off of that.
I do think it's only one copy though, right?
Yes, it is a single copy. There is also a Leopold in the deck. The actual pickup's not terrible. It's not at all what you would have wanted. But Pack 40 will give a draw and leave him on 10 credits.
still can find Leopold or Maelstrom.
That second pack 40 was faster than I could register.
Same.
Gonna trade out, and now he can either Honor and Loyalty or Wolf Pack the Auto Canone. Both of these pack 40s just get traded out for free, and there's nothing in your deck that... There's no, like, Bomber Mafias, for example, to sort of clean these up. So instead, he is going to go for 35T off Clarung, pick the Lightning Strike,
Oh, no one!
and no one rips
Stop
the
it.
Bomber Mafia off the top. Taboo hits him with the good luck, have fun. No one's in form. You know what? Sometimes no one just shows up to tournaments like this and says, "I'm not gonna drop a game." Now he did drop a game in the quarterfinal match, in that Jago game where he, perhaps should have removed the autocannon. But
no
this
one
game
really
he's
going
the
to
one with the
suppression this
autocannon.
with Heinkel in hand? I see.
He's playing around the foiled plans.
Yeah. I can't think of what Taboo saw that he picked foiled plans.
I think he might have run out of time.
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of hard to see on the spectator mode, but this clock was definitely ticking. Yeah, these off clocks really not working out for him too much in this series. And
yeah, it's always a card that's like it can feel a little awkward to play a lot of the time.
Is he looking at trading into the 35T? What would be
I
the
think
reason
so.
to hit 35T instead of Okay, he does take the trade on the larger unit, the Panzer Grenadiers.
Yeah, I mean, there's like some combination of cards that equal out to like exactly like 11 credits, and then the one less credit for operating the board matters for no one, right? But he actually has the Marauder Panzer 38T, which is pretty funny.
No one is going for Contest Doctrine. Is there lethal outs off of this? The Panzer H, that's 1 damage on the autocanone for here. He could attack for 5. Not quite.
Yeah, you mean the Panzer Brie, right?
That is what I mean.
Is this the exact situation where trading into 35T was better? I believe so.
He decides to trade. He knows his opponent's at 6 health. He still has Comet in deck, I believe. Yeah, it's very difficult to imagine a world. No 1-5 actually doesn't run Comet in his German US deck. However, it's still difficult to imagine a world where he can't close out this game. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I have to imagine you have to play like Honor and Loyalty on the autocannon, and then and then Wolfpack the 5/5, Wolfpack it first to hope
Yeah.
you get a discard on it.
Yeah. I mean, you can Rima for guard. Takes the Stranglehold. Honor and Loyalty. Now he doesn't have the credits to play the guard unit though, so you just have to hope no one walks.
Is just bad at the video game.
Yeah, we see
Which seems unlikely.
All the credit cheating early on in the game, he's still only on 10 credit slots, and that's still very limited, whereas no one got all of those war machines out. He's been on 12 for a few turns now. And no one actually might be thinking it's missing. Like, no one's probably like, surely it's Enveloper missing, right? So you've got to play like a unit.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose. Got him.
I'm actually not sure what the Pack 40 was for. Because it can't play around missing. I guess maybe he thought it was like...
Did he have the credits to Pack 40 then push up Heinkel and still kill him? Because if so, then it could just be like, well, this is better if he does have Stranglehold.
Yeah, that is true. It also, I guess he already had 2 credits, so he couldn't have had missing and careless talk. Does not discard the Panzer 3E. Is there a guaranteed lethal here? Oh yes, he has suppression in hand, so that is definitely going to be a guaranteed lethal. And that is going to be Noen going for a pretty quick 2-0 victory, moving on into the grand finals, showing that perhaps players have gotten a little too greedy with their deck picks, and showing that tempo is still king. Congratulations to Noen for moving on to the finals, and unfortunate for Taboo, bringing sort of off-meta picks, and I think his lineup would have done quite well into a lot of the other decks we've seen from his opponents, and he did 2-0 HQT in the quarterfinals, so clearly his lineup worked into some things, but not into other things, and unfortunately, sort of having the same fate as Spellbreaker in getting matched into Noen when perhaps you were looking for other matchups.
Yeah, you can imagine what those sabotages could do in the matchups where you get to actually play them. But, no one never giving him that breathing room.
Yeah, just constant pressure. However, we'll see if Tweed Cargo can sort of manage to pull off those same things with actually the same lineup as Noah and a few different cards in the German deck. But if we pull up the bracket here for a second, we will see Tweed Cargo versus Tiger. Now, Tweed Cargo, very similar decks to Noah, and hopefully he can pull off the same types of games that no one had, but Tiger, very different lineup than Taboo. And to help cover that game, or to cast that game, is going to be Thanatron and Cornguy.
Thank you for that analysis of Known 5, going in depth into his thought process.
That
the thought
game-
process is win.
That game was such degeneracy that I have enshrouded myself in darkness. And I am unable to face the people after such a ridiculous live by the bank, die by the bank style play. But you try to live by the bank, and sometimes you die by the bank.
Yeah, and to think the bank was open this late on a Saturday, I don't know. Well, like Jking said when he threw it over to us so kindly, Tweeta Cargo has a similar lineup. Can he produce a similar result? And I'm thinking he can. I don't know.
Well, it's very possible. I'll tell you who doesn't have a similar lineup, and that's Tiger to Taboo. So it's definitely going to be some different matchups here. The last games that we saw definitely had a very interesting slant to them, with Taboo's sort of more off-meta picks, playing a I don't want to say strange because that almost sounds negative, but I don't mean it in a negative way. Sort of strange, like both mill and discard conglomerate that you definitely could see a lot of potential power in, and you could also see is unwieldy, something that takes a lot of big brain power to play and navigate. Obviously, that thing has a lot of choices, a lot of far-reaching choices, a lot of butterfly effect style stuff there. So it was really cool to see, and we definitely hope to see him back. But for what we have right now, between Tweet and Tiger, who would you give the advantage to deck-wise?
Well, if we do look at the decks beforehand, I'm still going to be leaning into Tweeta Cargo. Tiger, he's had his fun coming back to the OCC, but like alluded to earlier, in the modern era, it's Tweeta Cargo.
Modern baseball. Let's take a look at the decks here. Why don't you take us through Twee again real fast?
Yeah, if you are just coming back to your seat, you haven't seen No 5 play recently, Tweeta Cargo has a pretty similar lineup in terms of bringing the aggression and the power. So breaking that down, we got the Jagro list, pretty standard Jagro list. No Enigma, no Seyun, but you got the Jagro, and you're trying to go fast and trying to go under these ramp lists that we've been seeing brought by our competitors today. You got the German US mid range doing a lot of value with Reichsbank and then trying to win on the board. And then you have the Brit Soviet air list, which has been performing pretty well today. Slightly different from known fives, bringing the Catalina and the Yak 3, but still at the core, that Brit Soviet air list has been flying past all of the ramp and mid range that has been thrown at it, doing pretty well. So Tweeted Cargo, pretty solid lineup. Not sure what's going to get banned, but we'll find that out pretty soon.
All right, now taking a look at Tiger's lineup, we got a guy here that is flying Old Glory. We got 3 U.S., either side nation or full main nation decks here. So definitely riding some stuff that he thinks is very powerful indeed. The first one is actually not a ramp deck. This looks to be a basically full mid-range deck. Only 2 milk trucks providing ramp and obviously some Reichsbanks. So you can still call it a ramp deck if you'd like, but certainly many more tempo plays here, and we can see that there actually aren't any war machines in that first deck, which is very, very interesting. These next 2 decks, though, these are just straight up ramp. You can see in this Brit US, we've got war bonds, we've got ASW patrols, we've got war machines, and then in this US Germany, again, we have war bonds, we have war machines, we've got the ramp, we are making moves. We can also see in some of these US choices in both the first and third deck some we can do it, which provides some 3 health to the entire board, including the HQ and a card draw. Certainly a card that veterans are very, very familiar with, but has certainly fallen out of favor, I would say, over the last maybe even like 18 months or so. You'll definitely see it here and there, but I feel like it's been quite a while since it was a very commonly run card. So interesting to not only see that back, but featured in 2 different decks here. So Tiger definitely playing this credit manipulation game as well. And we can see the bans are in. Twee's Jagro is out. It can go under ramp. Tiger says no thanks. And the more mid-rangey of the lists, of Tiger's lists, also banned. Tiger will have to rely on those 2 straight-up ramp decks. How do you feel about that, Corn?
When you're looking at Tweeted Cargo's list as Tiger, banning Jagro or Brit Air has got to be a toss-up. He chooses Jagro, as probably a slightly more consistent aggro threat. And that's fair. Maybe you wanted to ban the hot hand, the Brit Soviet Air, but we get to see it again, so I'm thankful as a caster. And then from Twee's perspective, I definitely want the Tiger to prove that he can get a win against this lineup on his US main list. So I like banning the Germany list. It's a very consistent list. We've seen it a lot. You play on the ladder. He says, get out of here, Germany, and let's see what you can do on these US and Britain lists. So pretty expected bans, and I'm gonna give the edge again to Tweeted Cargo.
Yeah, I really like both these bans. It really feels like both were intelligent, thought-out decisions. Tiger says you've got 2 fast aggro decks that can go under my thick boy decks. I don't like that, so I'm going to ban the one that is far more consistent. It is far easier for you to get a bad hand as Brit Air and allow me to get into the late game where I want to be with all of my fun monies. And then for Tiger, sort of the same thinking here, or I'm sorry, for Tweeted Cargo, the same thinking, where kind of all 3 ramp decks, so let's take out the one that's the most consistent, the one that has the most or I'm sorry, the least opportunity to just get stuck with a bad hand. Go ahead and play those big boy decks, and let's hope that you draw poorly.
Yeah, Tweeta Cargo getting to go first on the Brit Soviet Air, looking pretty good. You know, choosing the mulligan, mulliganing on that Brit Soviet Air list is definitely a large part of the skill gap on the list. You know, it's there's a lot of nuances on the mulligan. Tweeta Cargo's thinking a lot on it. On the other side, though, Tiger is fine. He has the ramp. He has all of the ramp to curve out. So, you know,
Yeah, both players here getting sort of, exactly what they want. The Brit Air player has 2 British 1-drops and an air buff, and the ramp player has ramp like you said, at all of the convenient curve numbers that they want it. This is definitely going to pop right off here.
and here they come. The planes right on time, going
The
face.
money right on time. Ooh, Tiger with the leaping Tiger.
Wow.
There's not many plays more swaggy than what we just witnessed.
Yeah, and one thing on a whole, while these players are jockeying for position in the early game, I really would like to see more quartermasters brought by U.S. ramp lists, whether main or even ally nation. You know, I feel like this U.S. Germany list that Tiger has concocted. Many people have thought this Germany U.S. list is so good. Why not flip the nations around? I feel like there is room for at least one or even two, to just have a draw engine that you can cycle through and get some big value off of these war bonds and some other cards. Try to cycle through your deck, because I think, like we've been seeing, the consistency of draw is certainly an issue for players today, and the quartermaster just has an engine that can burn through cards and help you get back to refill your hand.
Absolutely something that was played a lot in ramp that is not played in ramp as much anymore. We wonder here what Tiger is going to do. Is he going to go bank into bonds, or is he going to maybe do something with that Hellcat and a buff to get that 5 damage? I'm sure he would love to get that bomber off the board in such a fashion if it doesn't get buffed again, and we know that it's not going to get buffed again.
Wow. Taking the front line last second to prevent a Hellcat.
Yeah, very smart by Twee. Don't really know that the Marauder's helpful here. Gonna go America at War. We're gonna get another dollar. We're gonna get another draw. We're gonna get another bank.
I mean, you could go Marauder Milk Truck here. Not the worst use of the remaining credits.
Yeah,
It is
bank mill truck, or even bank Marauder. Could all be pretty decent plays.
6
Gotta
credit
imagine it's
slots.
some form of those 2 cards. Yeah, we're gonna bank again. And we're gonna go with the full ramp. We're making as much money as we can.
He says, "Hold that thought. I will be back next turn with a lot of money."
Twee could make an interesting play here with Spitfire as well. I mean, we see that not a lot of removal, really, for this list. Not a lot of targeted removal. It's got a wide board, so even if he was worried about something like an ASW patrol, the odds are pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, you have the
Probably.
ramp.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you have the ramp, but you need the cards to have it pay off, and so he's going to be hoping for some of those cards to be coming up pretty fast.
Yeah, especially with the already putting a plane in the front line and kind of guarding against those Hellcats that you are definitely worried about. I could see here just, dropping a big boy plane. Yeah, that's exactly what we see.
Two Hellcats, pretty good.
Two Hellcats is unfortunately one of the only ways Twee's play can get punished, and it is almost assuredly exactly what we're going to see. Probably a buff on the second Hellcat, going to ensure that it trades twice. Well, it would if the bomber wasn't right there.
Wow.
Oh, no, we're going for the bomber. We're saying that you cannot afford 8 damage to face. But I have to
Wow.
imagine Twee's
What?
play here is to trade the Swordfish into the injured Hellcat, hit face, and then just trade the other Hellcat. And then you're still sitting with KARDS, airplanes, and the Hell Fleet is Brit Air. So I'm not really quite sure
Yo.
what Tiger really achieved there. I think that I would have, taken out the Fury Fighter, but Tiger certainly has earned the right to not be second guessed.
I'm gonna second guess him here.
Nope, he earned the right. Don't you dare.
Yeah, I mean, and first of all, this is a lighter prop matchup duel. Who has the better lighter matchup? Well, I guess we'll let them settle down on the floor. But why are you leaving your unit as a 5/3 when you know your opponent has so much free removal? Like it's just baffling to me.
Now we're definitely going to see Tigers play hard punished, as he's going to take 8 to face without any way to stop that Fury Fighter.
Wow.
No longer does it need to be traded. Oh, yeah, we're credit short, and we're drawing solutions for Tiger. Getting bailed out here.
You'd love to go Marauder Panzergren, but you can't afford it in terms of your health.
But he'll take that Fury Fighter, terrifying as it was, only ever getting home 4 damage. But with this much Blitz Bombery, Tweed to Cargo sitting pretty, especially with a 2 damage kill shot to face from the Kitty Hawk if need be. He'd love a buff here. I'd almost just draw. I don't like Illustrious here. Just draw, try to find a single buff. It's also going to make your Wellington cost go down. It's Illustrious with no buff here. Not really a great play. He's done so well so far. Just a yak. Interesting. Just going to build himself a board here.
So this is, something just to think, wow, Bomber Mafia, pretty good here. Not enough to clear the board, but it's definitely a great top deck.
Yeah, absolutely. He can also weaken do it to ensure that the trade with the ambush unit is not a problem as well. If he so chooses. Gonna Bomber Mafia first. Of course, he can still do both of those plays, so that works out really well.
Big Mitchell?
Mitchell is really nice here. He could actually afford to. Well, he can't afford to do the we can do it then, right? So he would have to really trust the Mitchell 1 or Mitchell 50/50.
Mitchell 50/50
to work out in his favor here.
Let's
and that
go.
is exactly what he's gonna do. And not working.
Oh no. Is it going to be hard punished this turn? Can he?
This sets up quite a bit here.
I don't know. It's not going to be lethal this turn.
But there's no healing. I think Twee probably understands that this is a 2-turn lethal. He just needs to throw all this face, and there's no way. There's really no way for a US ramp deck to put up with it. It's only 11 health. He could just Wellington, and this yak is 8 damage out of that 11.
So
He is holding. He's holding 3 healing. Of course, I am blundering myself here. We went over. We can do it, and I spoke about it in the beginning of the match. He is still holding that 3 health.
While Twee's finding this most optimal combination, just look at his profile picture in the upper left-hand corner. Can you just imagine him like turning around and playing this match on his computer screen in that picture right there? Just shoulder surfing him.
Another huge bomber mafia is going to make this way easier.
The gunship healing.
The gunship healing is going to make Wellington a non-lethal play without having to do We Can Do It, but We Can Do It with 2 fat units on the board is just too good of a play. Gotta imagine he rips it. He knows he's within Wellington range and he can't sit there. And this starting to look a little rebounded. I mentioned before about a 2-turn lethal, and that was real dumb on my part, as he was in fact holding the healing. I said he didn't have, and now you see why.
Imagine if Tiger had gone for the Marauder milk truck play earlier. He'd be 2 health up.
Now, looking for those buffs, right? Wellington and Claim the Skies only 1 damage off. Just going to put these other planes out to maybe try to live, buy himself some time. Next turn, he really only needs to find another Claim the Skies or the Patriotic Firestorm or even a Brit plane and a Cass or just a Sea Embargo. Any of those cards, right, after Claim the Sky will put the Wellington up 6 damage.
No, because the...
No, am I wrong?
You're right to count to 6, but the number right now is 8, right? Because the gunship mission...
If he gunships here, yeah.
Has got to come out by Tiger here to feel a little bit more comfortable. You know,
it also is really nice removal for the 2/2 Ishik that's about to be left.
Yeah, exactly. And if...
But he's... no, okay. For a second, he looked like he was eyeing the Panzergren play.
Yeah, this is a real strong, a really crucial 2 health.
The Cass. We are now at 6. What can we find off of our draw? Patriotic Firestorm.
Shark is a good start.
1 more damage, and it enables the Cass. We are getting close.
We've been close. We've been... But yes, we are getting close to that.
He could take the 1 extra damage from the shark here now, but then it wouldn't enable the cast. So yeah, I think he just takes all this damage and doesn't necessarily worry about the lethal, himself getting lethal, and then he tries to put all of these low health units together with the Wellington and the Cass.
I mean,
all these buffs.
Trika Shark here for 1 damage isn't the worst. I mean, it does only 1 damage, but it saves your HQ a lot. You'd have to imagine that he's going to...
Isn't the play here just fully for lethal because Chika Shark Wellington, Chika Wellington and then Shark is 2 damage to face, and then all the buffs to the Wellington is lethal?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's just, do you think Tiger...
He drew Swordfish, so it doesn't matter, but...
Yeah.
Like, this is it. This is lethal. He drew the Swordfish.
Yes, the fish has been sorted.
Swordfish and Wellington first enables 2 damage from Shark to face, and then all the buffs to Wellington. Wellington to face will do it. Another Sea Embargo just to rub it in.
Here we go. He's just quickly calculating. Does he need to do anything more?
Really interesting game, though, fun to call here, even as I mistake my way through it. All these just little plays that Tiger was able to do to earn himself 1 or 2 extra turns at a time.
Big shout out to Tweeta Cargo for taking the first game, 1 game away from meeting No 1-5 in the finals. Big win. Tweeta Cargo has this Germany list left. Once again, I'm going to ask you, do you stick the U.S. list if you're Tiger?
Well, as we've said, you do. There's no situation where you advance without getting a win on it, and this isn't the sort of tournament structure or anything that you have games after this that you really want to go 2-1 instead of 2-0, or get 1-2 instead of 0-2, something like that. So I would say just go with the U.S. list. Here and now, make the stands. You either earn that brick game or you don't, and we see from there. But what I will say, and this bodes well for, or I'm sorry, does not bode well for everybody in the World Championship coming up here very, very shortly, is the Brit Soviet Air. If you didn't believe in it before, today might make you believe in it from now on.
Yeah. Gosh, it's
You should
doing
not
pretty
bring
well.
it for World Championship. If you're watching this and you're listening to us, don't bring it.
Oh.
Just don't do it.
No, I mean, at this point, if you bring it, you might get hard countered. And thinking about that too, Tiger had arguably he could have won if he had traded his Hellcat into the Spitfire initially and not tried to have a 5-3 be a win condition in the front line versus a deck with a lot of removal.
That is true. Certainly, the getting exact lethaled at 6 makes that play extremely heavy in how everything fell. Even just the 4 health from that Spitfire swing, that was the only one that got through, would have earned him an entire extra turn, and then who knows.
Yeah, and I also still liked the Marauder milk truck play to get 2 extra credits and or 2 credit slots and 4 health off of it. But I guess we'll never know. Maybe someone can give a detailed analysis in Twitch chat.
Tiger just taking a minute here, deciding what he wants to go to war here with. And it will be another shot at the U.S. He who banks first banks hardest, I believe. So we will.
Are you quoting Sun Tzu?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Well, here we are, the mulligan phase, the most underrated phase of the game. Some may say.
Right, you are, Corn.
Some may say. Some games are won and lost on this phase. Hopes and dreams.
Hopes and greens?
Hopes and greens? I don't know who said that one.
Also Sun Tzu. So we see ramp. We see both players with those turn 2 war machines. So we're gonna be skipping that 3rd credit slot turn this game. We're just not gonna see it. We're just gonna advance right past it for both players.
Yeah.
No turn 1 here, so we're just thinking. Oh, it says enemy, so I guess he already threw turn 1 over to Twee. Yeah. Twee also really, really considering, I guess, maybe the Jaeger play with no one to put the text on.
And here we go. Pretty good starting hands for both players. Tiger's going to get his ramp off for sure, and having having strap bomb is always pretty nice to get off as soon as possible to have the most impact in that credit it can deny.
Yeah, I do wonder if this is maybe just spectator catching up. We see obviously no movement as well from the player. Yep, there we go. Now the War Machine and immediate turn end, and I assume that we will see, yep, War Machine and immediate turn end. Right as we kind of get rolling here. Probably right into bank, I would assume.
Bank here. Makes sense. No threats. You get to do whatever you want. Next turn, be really responsive. Pretty flexible.
Yeah, certainly getting the Pathfinders out here would be very counterproductive to how they work. And why ramp 1 credit when you can ramp 5 temporarily, albeit, but ramped indeed. And, you know, truly the mirror match here. Maybe we just see bank right back. Absolutely. We are shooting to the moon.
Tweeta, Cargo, and Tiger just saying hi to each other in the line at the bank, trying to withdraw some credits.
Ooh, the America at War, really nice, getting a permanent ramp slot and then going right into the draw panzer when really didn't have any plays to responsive cards and Pathfinders in the M10. And we're just going to burn that. We're going to keep, oh, and we're going to curve out every dollar here. Very nice for Tiger. Did not start that turn with a lot of great options in hand, but was able to flow through it very nicely without wasting anything. Draws really worked out for him.
The War Machine is rolling today.
Yeah, the War Machine has been rolling over us all if you've been playing ladder as some of these guys are. Twee with quite a few ladder games, Tiger with the bare minimum to get 34th and then just mog his way through.
Strat bomb here. Try to get that most value.
Strap on would be nice because you can certainly make the trade as well. But Tiger certainly, I'm sure, considering the bank play as well. Doctrine.
Maybe he just wants to see what he gets.
See Doctrine, I could maybe see Strap Bomb, but maybe also trying to wait to get some more damage out of that Strap Bomb. He knows Twee is most likely going to be laying some units down here, so maybe he just takes the front line. Could go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, not the strongest options to choose from.
But even just, oh, there's the bank. I was going to say Conquest and taking the front line with that second Panzer as a buffed Panzer. Getting 2 tanks on the board wouldn't have been the worst toin. Either, as I become a newsie from the 20s.
Hey, we've all been there.
Certainly.
Can we just cast the rest of the game like
I cannot.
like
those are probably the only 2 words I could truly muster with that inflection.
I was gonna say, can we just sound like 1940s baseball commentators?
No, this is
Thanatron.
Tweeticaro only plays in the modern age, so no, we absolutely cannot play like old-timey dead ball era baseball. All right. Any more American jokes that 10% of our audience will get? Big turn here for Twee. I definitely understand why he is considering all of these plays so heavily.
Yeah, and Tiger's list here is almost like a knockout artist list, kind of like Mike Tyson. He's just swinging
Let's
big.
not. Too soon.
I'm sorry.
But that's a nice play by Twee. He's going to get his draw. He's going to get some buffed tanks. He's going to get one of them into the front line. And now setting up Tiger Contest Doctrine.
Wow.
He's got a whole lot of money. It would be sort of incredible to just see him throw out that Tiger and say, what up? But it's not a good play, and he knows.
Heavy options for Tiger.
I'm sure he wanted to squeeze in that war bonds, but decides it is much more important to get some board play going. probably considering here if he wanted to throw down
Wow.
the double buffed tank or the try to get the Pathfinders going. I definitely agree with his play.
Man, Tiger has just spent so many credits so far this game. He's just on a spending spree, and Twee's a little bit back. You know, if this game can prolong itself to the point where Tiger starts to have some less effective draws, you know, no bomber mafias, and Twee can try to normal gain some more board control. You know, that is his path. But
Even the
Tiger,
firebomb here on the 5-2 wouldn't be a bad play. Of course, when you can just kill 4/4s that easily, you can just ensure that that goes off no problem.
Pathfinder's here is licking his lips, rubbing his hands, looking at that pack 40.
Yeah, and he can still afford the war bonds afterwards, or perhaps set up the Marauder. Both would be decent. If he really wanted to get crazy, he could even do the Strat Bomb just to really get that credit denial. But no, yeah, I really like this play to ensure the extra draw next turn. You can see he is at a big resource disadvantage hand-wise.
Yeah, and these two cards that come off the top of the deck next turn are going to be very important. What they are, the heart of the cards is it with Tiger today. We'll see shortly. Twee has a turn in the meanwhile to develop the board and establish some threats.
Yeah, Marauder really not any help at all to Old Tiger here. And Twee very close to earning his stripes, going to his first OCC championship in his first OCC, and of course playing a absolute kingpin like Noen with a very Noen lineup. It's very cool. Have to imagine we make the trade here, but perhaps we really don't care. We can throw down Auto Canone next turn as well. And it would have been funny if it would have prevented it from getting strap bombed, but now perhaps thinking if he can, instead of strap bomb, try to save that up a little bit more. He could double trade with Panzergren and the resulting 35T.
Nah, Marauder Panzergren is really strong. That's a really good top deck. To get
For the full 12, you could certainly make a really nice play with your 5/5 35T. Actually, no, it'd be what? It's like 7/7 after the two buffs from the Conquest Doctrines. And then plenty of life left in that baby after it takes out the autocannon and the infantry, of course. Oh, wait.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Marauder will give you a lot of ammo.
No, yeah, absolutely. I was just I was miscounting the credits as well. It's once you can't use combined arms once you swing with the Panzergren infantry. So 1 credit off of quite putting everything together there.
Yeah, but I mean,
still gonna take it, and it's also only been 1 doctrine. I think I thought seeing all the doctrines that Tiger got both doctrines off seems to only be 1. So I apologize for misleading you.
yeah,
Hard
I
to
mean,
keep track of everything with all of this money and all these monies and buffs flying around.
yeah. Answering this Marauder is somewhat important. You don't want him to get any more value off of it.
Yeah, another double set would be insane. And
Yeah.
it would have happened if he wouldn't have.
Wow.
That's pretty wild as well. Milk Truck was going to be semi-clutch there to ensure the activation for the Panzer but no longer really an issue now that we've got a whole nother Panzergren.
Man, it's pretty strong suppress there.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to make some really nice value trades all over the board here. And our 5-2 and 5-3 tanks, they are nimble, they are strong, they are ready to go.
In your face, ready to dance. So tweet
Plenty
a
of
card.
answers here for Twee, though. Yeah, as I'm sure we were gonna start pointing out, the a 35T of his own for the 5-2 in the front line, a flying bomb for the 5-3 in the back line, perhaps, or even a firebomb could perhaps spread its other 2 damage out very, very conveniently.
Yeah, if he can just deal with both tanks, I feel like he's in a pretty good spot. Obviously, he would have loved to have had a bomber mafia, but unfortunately, it was not meant to be.
Yep, we'll take the really safe route here.
Maybe Reichsbank for the road. No, Heinkel for the
No,
road.
that's and that works out. Well, one of the damages doesn't quite end up as lucky, so we will make sure that we get our full board clear and Tiger able to answer right back. Milk truck and a huge 35T. I gotta assume it's taking the for freedom because Tiger's gonna want the draw. Maybe he saves the combined arms since he knows he's using. Oh, okay, no, we'll just take the draw here. We'll take it on the infantry. Ramp quite late here.
And Tiger doesn't know what is in DeCargo's hand. There's a lot of mystery in those cards potentially that doesn't necessarily want him to go all in, but from what we can see, an all in play wouldn't be the worst. And what else do you have?
Yep, and he's going face. He's going for the 2-turn lethal. With Strat Bomb, he really would only need to find 3, but I mean, it's gonna come from the 7/7 or it's not. So
All right.
Twee finds his own we can do it, can get himself up to 9 health, which he
Wow.
might think saves him, but doesn't. Suppression, however, extremely clutch. Gonna nullify a lot of buff off that tank. His own 35T now as well.
You wake up as a 7/7 and all of a sudden one Heinkel flies by and you're now back. You lost 5/5. I hate it when it happens to me.
Too often. And a nice we can do it will ensure some
Wow.
beefier, stickier units.
No.
And that Strat Bomb isn't even getting a single unit kill. It's only putting him back to the 6 health he was at last turn. We no longer care about losing credits. Your War Machine's not doing anything. This is dire straits. Another Panzergren. This is basically sewn up.
Yeah, imagine having that quartermaster to have at least got card cycle off those late ramp cards.
And now we will see Twee just sort of mop this up quickly. Devil's Brigade is useful to delay the inevitable,
Man,
but not
that
by
is
much. And Tiger says, let's just get out of here. The defeat block on the screen. Twee going to his first finals and his first OCC. Congrats to him. A big matchup with No on the horizon. Super, super impressive.
shout out to Twee, great play. Shout out to Tiger for making
Good
it
to
here.
see him back. Absolutely.
Good to
Yep.
see him back. Yeah, the 2 players, 1 and 2 on the ladder, will face off in the finals.
Yeah, something that we don't get very often. So really cool to see it today. And of course, as we said, right, extremely similar lists and lineups today. So we are in for a treat here. It's going to be a true test of piloting skill with a big gap in the hours of both of these pilots. So an incredible opportunity for Tweed DeCargo to truly make a name for himself. Let's get it over to our other pair of casters for this final. And look at the bracket first.
Alrighty, so we see in the final Noen 5 versus Tweed Cargo as predicted by Cornguy. Now, I will say Cornguy can't get too much praise. He did incorrectly predict the other two semifinalists, so let's not let him get too high on that. But yeah, in the finals, Noen 5 versus Tweed Cargo on two very similar deck lists, and this is very interesting being a week before the first round of World Championship, or the first knockout stage of World Championship, the Swiss round. I think this is going to sort of throw a lot of people off, because I think a lot of people were expecting, a lot of ramp, Brit US Brit, but Tweed Cargo and Noen showing that Jagro and Air go for tempo, go for aggression. They can just run over these slower decks and punish people for greed. It's going to be very interesting to see what impact this has. But beyond their decks, something I just noticed while going through my stats is Noen 5 won in the October OCC, and he won in the September OCC, and he won in the July OCC. So he's won 3 out of the last 4 OCCs. He's in the final for a 5th one. And also, if he wins this, he will be the first player to win 3 consecutive OCCs ever. So a lot on the line for just Noen as an individual, which is, pretty crazy. And yeah, also just both of them showing very solid decks.
Something I also noticed on the bracket was that all the games have been 2-0s except for Noen's first set where he went 2-1.
Yeah, and
which is pretty crazy.
And the one game that Noen has lost in this tournament, I think we could talk a lot about that choice to not trade out the Oda Kanode, and perhaps would have gotten a much easier rest of the game with that case. But before we get into the games, let's take a look at their decks really quick, because they might have the same 3 general archetypes. There is a lot of different there's a lot of card differences between some of these lists, between all of their lists, really. Because Noen has some sort of Noen-only cards, the types of cards that you really only ever see in Noen's decks, that only really work for Noen, as well as just a few more reasonable changes. So yeah, we'll just wait here for a second to get those deck lists up. Here we go on Noen. So once again, Noen, first deck, Japan, German, aggro. He's on 1 copy of Suppression, no Jaeger regiments. He's got 1 copy of Enigma, which could be very clutch if he's running low on cards, and the Seiyun for sort of that anti-countermeasure cards. A lot of these tech cards are sort of fitted towards control, and that's gotten him to the finals, but now his opponent's not going to be playing as much control as his previous 2 opponents. His second deck here is a Britain-Soviet air deck, using just the normal air package on top of 3 Clay to the Skies, 4 Bloody Sickles, and Chaika and Firestorm coming in with the Soviets. This is going to be quite good into Jagro, I imagine. And that's a matchup that we very well might see. And then his third deck is a German-US mid-range ramp deck, whatever you want to call it. It's got Reichsbanks, it's got War Machines, and unlike a lot of other decks, it's got Alpenfestung and Leopold and ASW Patrol. So a bit more on the high end, but he's also got those 164ths for a bit more on the low end, sort of cutting away from the middle to sort of make this deck do better in the early game and be able to go a bit later. So yeah, those are his 3 decks, and there's no ban, so all 3 of those decks are going to need to be played and won with if no one wants to win a 3rd OCC in a row. And let's look at Tweed Cargo's decks to see those differences.
Yeah, so of course we will not be getting a Seiyun out of Tweed Cargo, but he does have an interesting tech card here in Jagro, and that's the Bombing Raid. Or see, nah, I'm just joking around. But Yeah, it's a little more standard of a list. With the 3 copies of 738 Jaeger. An incredible card in the Jagro Mirror matchup, particularly. Although I can see why no one would cut it if it's, a bit of a ramp meta. It can be hard to guarantee the value on it against big guards. And then next up, we have this German US ramp Reichsbank sort of strategy, which we have seen has had great success the past few months. Some interesting tech cards. One that I'll point out is a single copy of Breakthrough, which is a really strong card, which hasn't seen a ton of love, but I think people might find ways to build with it as time goes on. And then finally, a Brit Soviet Air, this time running a copy of the Yak 3, which, again, a really great card in the Air Mirror matchup because as a fighter with ambush, it can be really difficult for Air to deal with that, especially from behind if he's able to go first, perhaps, get a good few early plays down. But we will simply have to watch the games and see how it plays out.
Yeah, it does. It does feel like sort of some of the differences. It feels like no one's non-Jagro decks, his other 2 decks maybe, are slightly more geared towards being able to beat Jagro. However, are you going to beat Jagro 3 times in a row? I don't think so. So it is really an open matchup. And you mentioned that Yak being very good in the Air Mirror. If that comes up, so it's. I don't think it's really fair to say anybody has a deck advantage going into this. Do you feel like there's enough of meaningful differences to give either player a edge?
Yeah, I think that Tui de Cargo has a slight edge. Just because the Jaegers are really good against no one's decks. The bombing rate is good against no one's decks. I don't think the Seiyun out of no one is particularly good into Tui de Cargo's decks. But these are mostly like one-of cards, right? So they're unlikely to play a huge role, but I do think that it's enough for me to say a slight favor for Tweeted Cargo.
Mighty well. Just to be different, I'm gonna say that there's a slight favor for no one. Yeah, I think the Alpenfestung could be very clutch against Jagro and certain situations against Air if you're able to sort of keep them off the board. We saw in the previous match, Tweeted Cargo was able to end out the game against Tiger, with despite losing board with a Wellington to burst 8. So like Alpenfestung could be very good in those matchups as well. As in the Enigma, I think could be quite good at just refilling your hand with Jagro into something like Air, or the German US deck oftentimes has quite huge hands. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's really just like a handful of one-ofs that are like good in some matchups, and those matchups might not happen. And at this point, it's really just going to come down to how they play the decks, and how they're rewarded. And I have to say, on experience, you gotta hand it to no one. Also, just not that it should have any impact on what will happen, but just on how well they have drawn their decks up until this point, I think you also have to hand that edge to no one. But I mean, Tweet Cargo also hasn't lost a game yet in this tournament, so there's a lot on the line, obviously, but there's not a lot to separate these 2 players. I think Tweeted Cargo handled himself very well in that last semifinal, and managed to get that, keep the necessary resources back in hand to get that win on Air. I think we might see some very stylistic playstyle differences between these 2 players, with no one maybe taking a bit more risk, being a bit more aggressive. Perhaps, but game 1 here, we are going to have no one on the Brit-Soviet Air versus Tweeted Cargo on the German-US ramp, and no one is continuing to go second.
Frida Cargo sending away Geberg's Pioneer, maybe? Wow. That's kind of crazy. I suppose because of the sickles. That makes sense. But,
Yeah, I guess it's just because he doesn't have the most card draw. So he just.
Well, now you're a little sad about it.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. Now it is almost certainly going to die, whether it's to the Claim the Skies or the Cass.
I mean, the Claim the Skies is just like, it makes more sense, right? Because you can do it into the Nashub and then trade off. It's an additional health.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
You get a little more damage on the Nashub, which could come into play with the Kitty Hawk. And I feel like Close Air Support's just a better card, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not
generally?
gonna lie, I completely forgot that you could Claim the Skies the Nakshub and then trade. I was thinking Claim the Skies would deal the 2 damage to it. And that maybe is the same thought process going through no one's head. In choosing to play the Close Air Support. Because yeah, the Close Air Support is a very key card in this matchup. Whereas Claim the Skies, I feel like it's less important. It
Yeah,
also
it's good, certainly. But like, Close Air Support is why the deck exists, you know? Claim the Skies isn't.
Yep, the one of Albacore top deck here is going to let him take out this Red Devils while developing a unit. Zerstore on turn 4 is kind of hard to turn down.
To be fair, Shark's also red identical to Albacore there, which he also runs.
Yeah, the top deck Shark here is actually going to let him
that's kind
trade
of disgusting, huh?
Zerstore with the Albacore if he wants to. He could also Claim the Skies and his Swordfish would survive.
I like this line though. Getting the 3 damage Shark when you can, I mean, is a great feeling.
Yeah. He could have even Claimed the Skies after doing the 3 damage Shark. If he wanted to just keep 4 units alive.
Alright, Jking, I have a interaction question. Does this Firebomb deal overflow damage? It does. That's cool.
Did you not know the answer to that?
No, I legitimately did not.
I thought this was like a quiz. Yeah, goes for that first. Now using those extra credits to get out the Blitz Doctrine. I'm quite surprised you didn't take the Panzer 2A there, just for the Blitz unit.
Yeah, like, I mean, I get the fear because, I mean, no one is going to have a lot of draw, and you need to keep up. But you also need to not have him farm value against you with bombers in the meantime.
That is true. Pack 40 pickup is interesting. It's not going to change True to Cargo's mind of just doing Panzer Grenadiers push up. And I think that's the right call. Just getting a 3-4 body to the front line. Very huge. 35T in hand guarantees the ability to take out any problematic units.
Yeah, like, I don't feel like this is exactly what Tweed to Cargo wants to do exactly this turn, but just every other play is so credit inefficient that, like, like, there's just no other options, it feels like.
Yeah. Man, no one on this air deck really just makes it feel like the most consistent deck in the world, and we haven't seen the biggest sample size, so I'm not sure if this is just simply the way he's drawing in the few games we've seen, or if just there is the critical mass of the sickles, to cycle to just increase the odds of finding just constant unit pressure. The sea embargo on the Gladiator does mean he can't just simply use the Kitty Hawk. He does have to damage the unit.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that line. He's sort of shunned this Shark a little bit. No, you don't. You certainly don't want to put all your buffs on the shark because you want to play around cards like Pack 40. But
Here, he could.
you think you could get you could give him one little sea embargo as a treat, you know?
Here, I wonder if Tweeta Cargo goes for the Errato suppress on the Gladiator 35T buff, and then kill either Shark or the Kitty Hawk. He's also looking at Pack 40. The annoying thing is you don't have an infantry for this 35T.
A 38T before Errato seems like it limits options more. Just because of the higher credit cost. Because he's going for this line.
Yeah, at this point you would
Okay.
have much rather the Panzer 2A on that turn than the 38T, I think, taking out the Shark. Another sea
Yeah.
embargo find from Noen is going to certainly this one is well. No, he's gonna play it on. He's gonna play it on the Kitty Hawk and use the Kitty Hawk in hand to take out this Pack 40, continuing to not buff the Shark.
Interesting. Oh.
And he finds another Shark. Yeah, no one managing to avoid all of these buffaloes, and the barracudas, finding it seemingly exclusively sharks, albacores, and kitty hawks.
Yeah, I didn't know that sharks attacked in packs, but you know that's a cool little fact.
And no one actually just gonna go face. Says, you know what, Tweet Chicago, you don't run Alpenfesting. I'm just gonna face you. And seems to be a bit of a bold play. I suppose he knows the 35T is in hand, but also, you know the 35T is in hand.
He also knows that the shark is able to go face, though. Pretty big. Yeah, I mean he has these convoys as well to find more burn. But you know, Brit Air does not have as much burn as it once did. You know, once you've lost board control.
Yeah, it's not the easiest to come back. Suppression's going to come out on the Kitty Hawk, get the card draw, and make it slightly easier to remove. Oh, this entire turn just feels so awkward. You can take out one of the Kitty Hawks. You're left with 3 credits left over.
You could take out the shark instead. Just because, like, I mean, the Kitty Hawks do cost 2 to attack with.
Yeah.
Which is pretty big.
It does force no one to... I mean, I suppose it damages your unit. And now, like, if no one can buff and then use the bomber, no one, once again, refusing to buff this shark. I think this one is perhaps the most understandable time of doing this. I'm very curious if this shark will be used to trade or go face. Surely it has to trade. He does. Bomber Mafia, huge top deck here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do you 35T to hit Chaika first? He says no. Normally you're like pretty fine with these options, but this is probably not that matchup.
Like you could just rip Flying Fortress.
This is true. He still doesn't have the contest doctrine out. Can he? No, he can't contest doctrine double trade.
And if you can't do that, then Flying Fortress is like a better threat, I feel like.
Yeah. Going for the contest doctrine. Yeah, I like the Panther A here. There's just hope that no one's hand is like a bunch of claim the skies or whatnot, not double convoy. And then maybe you can Panther A, try to lock them out. Another shark pickup.
I didn't even know there were any left.
And another sea embargo pickup. Doesn't really have the credits to play it this turn. I suspect we're just going to see Kitty Hawk on the 35T and Cass Chika face. And yeah, here you really just have one play, and it's B17, and you're taking 3 more to the face. No one currently sitting 2 off of lethal. If he picks up a Kitty Hawk off of the sea embargo,
Not shark. Yeah, it's gotta be shark. Like for like lore related reasons.
And
Hell yeah.
exactly what it is. No one picking up is this the 4th shark, I believe, this game? They do indeed come in packs. And that is going to be no one taking the 1-0 lead and giving Tweeta Cargo his first loss of the game. Or first loss of the the tournament, I mean. Yeah, I mean, we didn't see any specific sort of cards that one player ran that the other one didn't. Turning out particularly big there. I suppose the lack of Alpenfestung in Tweeta Cargo's deck. If he could have picked up an Alpenfestung at some point that game, maybe he could have used that. But yeah, no one just simply never really lost board control at any point. And if Air never loses board control, they're going to win the game.
Yeah, although I will say that if just if he lost board control for a moment, he did probably lose. And Tweeta Cargo was very close at points.
Yeah, it is. Tweeta Cargo just felt that. I feel like these German US decks sometimes just have these very awkward turns where it's like you have the 35Ts but no infantry, and like you have Contest Doctrine in hand and you would love to play it, but if you do play it, then the tempo loss means you can't trade out that turn, but you can't really get any value trades without the +1/+1 buff. It just always feels like you're like 1 or 2 credits short of doing what you want to do on any given turn. And that's why it runs so much credit cheat, but if you don't really find that credit cheat at the perfect times, no one going second for, I believe, the 7th game in a row.
Well, he's making it work.
Yeah, he's 5-1.
Now
Cargo,
he's
thinking about keeping Nakshu. Oh, like, this is the 2nd game in a row where he's had Nakshu going first. You gotta feel like you should be able to turn that into something.
no one will keep the errata, which is really nice against this Nakshu, though.
Yep.
Maybe Tweeta Cargo can find another 35T here. Go off.
Or like a War Machine would be a very big pickup.
Bro. That doesn't do anything.
I honestly wonder if there's consideration for doing 35T face and just keeping the errata around as like something you can trade into for credits.
That's what he goes for. I mean, no one is only on 2 copies of this 164th, and it is the War Machine turn. His favorite card. How can he deny it?
The Jaeger pickup means that is the card that would have come out. Had he traded, most likely would have seen the Jaeger trade into the 35T. So very good play by Tweety Cargo. And that is going to be paid off by letting him get out the Zerstora.
The next turn is another Zerstora. I think Tweeta Cargo is gonna get this one.
Yep, no one milk truck. He's trying to get up to those bomber mafias as quickly as possible. I think if Tweeta Cargo goes for a trade, at any point, like I feel like Tweeta Cargo just needs to recognize he needs to go for gas and hit him in the face. And that's not something that's easy to do against somebody running Alpenfestung.
Oh, geez, that is right when he needed that bank, isn't it?
Yeah, the Reichsbank.
He doesn't really have anything good else to do, but
oh, and that's going to put him up to exactly 12 credits, which is the exact amount necessary to double Bomber Mafia in the same turn.
oh no, not like this.
And if you tweet a cargo, you just suppression, trade out both units, you leave yourself with 2 4/3s. You can bank in there.
I just don't think that you're supposed to imagine your opponent has both Bomber Mafias here. Like, I think you just suppress this. He double hit his HQ. There's a good chance he has no Bomber Mafias.
Well, my thought
He has
with the
one, he kills one.
yeah, my thought with the
I mean,
trade
for
is
sure.
it makes it harder for him to remove your guys if he has one Bomber Mafia. Because I was like one Bomber Mafia and like a 35T or something. Could remove both of them. You do get the 8 damage in. Ooh, the War Machine maybe changes things. Because the other thing is like if you just do suppression double attack face, you don't actually have to you don't get the Nakshub credits. But double Bomber Mafia coming in, that's
Picks up Marauder.
oh, that is you can't do that. You can't keep getting away with that. And he's gonna Marauder this turn, which sets up the Panzergun on the next turn, right?
Oh, I
Actually,
guess not.
decides to Panzergun immediately. I don't mind this.
I feel like it's like worse than the Catalina though. I don't know.
I think it's you just trying to set up as much damage on the next turn as possible, trying to set up a 2-turn lethal.
Yeah. I suppose. Makes sense. What does Tweet a Cargo even draw here? With double bank to go off.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way that he can get. I don't think there's a way he can draw 2 cards in a turn.
Not with Research God.
Well,
I mean,
it's not bad.
he does run Panzer 3Hs. He does have Blitz Doctrines. And Dorado and Jaegers.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's a way he could double Bomber Mafia.
Oh?
It's not, but
Oh, wait. No, it's one off.
oh yeah, he's one credit
Lethal.
off lethal with the giving the Panther D blitz.
Yeah, I've been done in by that before.
I very distinctly remember that. Can Hellcat take out the 35T Panzer E? Take out the yeah. There's just no coming back from this though.
Uh-oh. Okay, I guess.
Do you have to value trade?
I
I guess that's
mean, it
not
doesn't
really
really even help you because of the milk truck, right?
maybe you like have to value trade with the Panzer 3H. Gonna take out the Hellcat with Jaeger and Catalina most likely. Get some Jaeger draws. Yeah. I mean, you know, if there's like a carpet bombing or he had the credits for Leopold, maybe you could do something here, but he needs to be able to play 2 Bomber Mafias in a turn. And that's just not something that's awarded to him. That's Berto into Bomber Mafia is not what you want to see. I mean, yeah. Even if he top decks Bomber Mafia next turn, he doesn't even have the credits to play it. Or like play both of them to trigger both of them. Yeah, he's technically not dead on board. Not dead in hand either.
Wait, ASW Patrol, you can kill Leorado with like a couple of Jaegers and do that. Well, if you do one Jaeger attack and one 164th, then you can still attack with Catalina, I guess. If you wanted.
Yeah. It feels like there's
It
not
doesn't
really a way
super
to
matter what you do, though.
it's and this it sort of goes back to players choosing to cut Comet, where obviously you could run Comet in your deck and then just simply not draw. It's not like Tweeted Cargo has drawn through most of his deck, but having the hope of Comet in this situation at least, because now it's just like you literally can't come back in the game if unless your opponent's like internet goes out. War Machine is not going to do it. He's going to go for the Bomber Mafia, see what he can pick up. It's not going to matter, though. Is there a world where he could have survived if he got...
If he got the one that gives you the gunship mission and the 164 buffed like the Naxube, then it's only 2 damage.
That is not the case,
on the
however.
board.
So he's going to surrender, and Noen goes up 2-0 in the series and is 1 game away from winning his 3rd consecutive OCC. And he also won 3-0 in the last finals. Yeah, this is kind of a crazy showing of dominance from Noen. And I think a lot of it just comes... Like, obviously, Noen is a very excellent player, and he has done a lot to outplay his opponents in a lot of these games that he's done over the last 3 months. But I think a big part of it is just simply recognizing that a lot of players are going maybe too greedy in their tournament decks, and just capitalizing on that by bringing a more aggressive lineup and going for tempo plays.
All right, and 1939 still trying to make the series more interesting by giving Noen another go second game.
And Tweeted Cargo going first with an action for the 3rd consecutive game. This is kind of unreal. Yeah, this is the tournament to point to whenever people complain about first and second being imbalanced. If
well,
no
maybe Noen 5's imbalanced.
Yeah, maybe that's the key takeaway here. I mean, going first with an action with Jaeger in hand, pretty good start. You got to be feeling pretty happy about this. From Noen's side, I mean, you don't want to. You kind of want to draw Shibata or like a Signal Regiment here.
Enigma, probably the card you're least interested in seeing in your deck.
If Tweeted Cargo can pick up a War Machine or a 35T, he's got
Whoa!
a huge War Machine draw. That helps his curve so much. And now if you know it, you just have to go for the expansion, but it's going to give your opponent a free trade, which is actually going to let him get out the Panzer Grenadiers next turn.
Or Restorer and a 4 freedom on it. The turn before no one's even able to get out an AA gun. Pretty hilarious.
Yeah. I think I'd rather the Panzer Grenadiers, just because it allows you to create slightly more diversified threats. But no one isn't running like Sendai or anything like that. There's, I believe, 1 copy of Commit the Reserves, and he wouldn't even be able to play that for a few turns.
Yeah. And you also don't want to suppress Restorer.
This AA gun's going to come out, and Tweeted Cargo can Panzer 35T, buff it, destroy AA gun, and then still plays their store if he wants. And he can even do the for freedom and keep the combined arms in hand for a +3/+3 buff on the following turn.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, moving up Panzergren is so good, especially when you don't have to consider bombing raid.
Yeah, I mean,
That
just
like
35T
you just do
combined
another
arms.
35T
Yeah.
combined arms. Yeah.
Perfectly reasonable. Especially knowing bombing raid isn't there.
You can still position around bombing raid if you like to feel more comfortable.
You're
Put
like,
this 3-1 in the middle.
no. Exactly what you needed to do exactly this. Anytime you see your opponent doesn't have bombing raid in their deck, you have to play into bombing raid as hard as possible.
That's true. That exacerbates the tilt factor for sure.
The Saiyan draw, this could have been a bombing raid. Wouldn't have changed a whole lot in this, like,
No,
on
I
this
feel like
turn.
the Seiyun might be better.
And yeah, it does look like Tweeta Cargo is going to bounce back, get a win on this German deck.
Seiyun
And
does play around Nakshub
and
by not letting you trade.
we always say like you can't beat Jaguar 3 times in a row, but one of the games is a mirror match, so let's just say that's a straight 50-50. And then one of the games Air with 4 sickles. That's got to be favored for Air at least somewhat. So no one's still most likely to win because he has 2 chances. But it's not as easy as if Tweeta Cargo had some super heavy ramp deck. There is a world where Tweeta Cargo could reverse sweep this. Getting his first win on the board, 2-1. Like we just if he can only go first, Air and Jaguar are 2 very good decks to go first on. And yeah, I feel like it's just so easy to just Air has one of those games where Jaguar has no chance and the game's over by like turn 5. And then suddenly it's a game 5 situation on a Jaguar mirror and no one's getting nervous. And we see no one once again going second. Tweeta Cargo though, post mulligan, very bad looking hand.
Yeah, and if Tweeta Cargo was going second, his curve would work. But he's not, so it doesn't.
No one keeps pack 40 in his opening hand. I like this. You have the 1-drops, you're going to have a decent opening curve. Keep your 1 of pack 40. Just because it's going to be very useful in the matchup. No one probably thinking about if he wants to just play Shibata, because it can't be removed.
Yeah, I mean, like Tweeta Cargo, I thought I saw that he wasn't running albacores. So that might change the decision if I'm not crazy. Which I'm not. Yeah, he just doesn't run albacores.
Yeah, so pushing Cav, you saw your opponent passed on 1. Obviously, he'll have 2 draws for a 1-drop to fill out his curve if he does go for the sickle. But if you just play Shibata, it makes Tweeta Cargo's turn a lot easier. Really thinking about this, I like the Shibata here. I feel like you're taking too much unnecessary risk to go for the cavalry. Now, what's the follow-up gonna be? Probably just cavalry and push Shibata, right? Goes with Type 94, push cavalry. Keeps the Shibata back. I'm not a huge fan of this. Like, yes, you're gonna nuke your opponent. You can even full clear the board this turn. And only take...
Wait. I don't think you can.
He trades Chaika to get the Eshak and then claims this guy's Shibata.
Ah, I see. But
he's
that's
looking to
clever.
claim this guy's first, and that is the incorrect way of doing that. I mean, it leaves him with a 2-2 Chaika rather than a 3-3 Eshak. But you leave your opponent with a 2-1, and I have to imagine that that's worse.
Yeah.
I also left him with the wrong 2-1.
Well, he was probably trying to play around 35T, right? And he figures, well, I have the other sickles, so I can always just kill this one next.
That's fair. There's always the possibility of 35T top deck. I mean, if no one had 35T in hand and went for the double 1-drop last turn, I suppose there's a world where you do that, but either way, I think Tweeta Cargo maybe making a bit of a bit of a mistake that could end up costing him here. He is going to have another sickle. Take out the board. Likely going to see this Pack 40 come out, and then we might just see a turn 5 Wellington, which is not something you often see. But again, I feel like every single game that no one has played on Jagmo, it's a game where a bombing raid would have been really good. Because we're likely going to see Wellington and Chaika come out here, and they're going to be side by side for the cast positioning, which means bombing raid would have killed both of them. I mean, I suppose you could Albacore. I suppose you could even do Chaika, Albacore, Wellington, and Cass.
But there's just so few answers to Wellington, though, right? Like, there's win on Audacity 50-50. There's a commit the reserves, which lowers your credits.
Yeah, there's 35T Type 93.
Yeah, I definitely like this line. Out of Twee.
Yeah, also you just keep the Albacore back in your hand, which could prove to be very useful. Signal Regiment pick up.
It seems like a really important card for no one to find here. You know, he wants to find the expansions as well, obviously.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for it. This Shibata and Signal Regiment are quite huge. Oh, you just...
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you can just play one order here. But then is it the convoy to try to find a non-order answer? Or is it Sea Embargo because it only shows units and you could get a shark, you can get a kitty hawk.
I really thought you were gonna say it only shows sharks.
That too.
Yeah, I don't think you have any non-unit or non-order answers in your deck. So I think you do go for the Sea Embargo and then just see what you get. If he's doing Albacore, he's probably not doing Sea Embargo first. Unless he's like cast Sea Embargo.
So Twee would have 2 sharks in deck, a number 9 commando, and a kitty hawk to find.
But you
That'd be
wouldn't have
pretty good.
credits for the Kitty Hawk.
No, I don't mean this turn.
Oh, okay. He's gonna go for the Sea Embargo and Cass. He probably should have Sea Embargoed first. I don't hate this. Your opponent's on 2 cards. Yeah, you stop the expansion. Well, you stop the easy expansion draw.
Yeah.
No one probably just gonna... Okay, holds back on the Jaeger Shinano. That's fairly reasonable. Holding back on the Jaeger, and if you're holding back on the Jaeger, holding back on the Shinano becomes more reasonable.
And I imagine you want to get the full +3/+3 from Cass this turn, and I imagine you want to block the front line as well. Please don't rope out.
Yeah, hopefully that's just a spectator bug.
Okay, yeah.
Goes for the draw first, and decides he's just going to pressure face.
And no one does not find what he needs to punish this.
I'm very curious what he targeted with the Jaeger. If it's the Shibata. It's probably the Shibata. If Sea Embargo finds a shark, it's lethal.
Okay, but you're not doing a Sea Embargo first. That's insane. Don't even speak like that.
I mean, you don't have to kill Shibata. I mean, I guess Shibata can makes expansions easier.
I guess you don't even have to kill Jaeger, because, like, it's the same damage it presents.
That's true. There's, like...
I guess unless, like, Type 94.
Yeah, expansion.
Or Type 93, I mean.
exactly type 35T type 93. No, that's still not even lethal. Thinking. Takes out the Jaeger. Drops to 5. Panzer 3H. That's gonna be almost certainly game over for no one. Even if he finds desperate measures, he's just dead on board. And that's gonna be Tweeta Cargo. Tying it up 2-2 and going into game 5, which will be a Jagro mirror. Unless, no one can find cards that don't exist. 35T, he got close, but no cigar. And yeah, suddenly the reverse sweep is looking a lot more likely. It's gonna go into a Jagro mirror, and if no one goes second for the 9th and final game of this tournament, you don't want to be going second in a Jagro mirror.
Not typically, but if nobody can find expansions, which sometimes happens, it is actually kind of nice to go second in the Jagramir a lot of the time.
It's now that Draw has moved away from Feigned and Martyrs to expansions, it's definitely less bad to go first. It's not nearly as polarizing as it used to be. But oh man, if your opponent goes first with 2 Blitz 1-drops and an expansion, it's just over. Because the player going first can always guarantee the expansion draw if they have the right units.
That's true.
And no one goes first for the first time this tournament. What a time for it to happen. And
Both players looking at pretty good hands.
Yeah, a lot of 1-drops. I like no one's mulligan. If you tweet a cargo, do you keep all 3 1-drops?
I think so.
Yeah. Now, if your opponent plays like a Shibata opening, no one keeps the Type 93.
That's interesting. I mean, bringing your 2 attack units up to 3 for Shibatas for Jaeger regiments can make a big difference. It's just a matter of, do you get the time to actually get it out when you need it out?
I think you keep the Type 93. You start with Cavalry, right? Because then if your opponent does like Shibata or Jaeger, you can Type 93.
Yeah, I would have preferred the 15th Cavalry. Don't think anything particularly punishes it. This play is good if Tweeta Cargo has a 15th Cavalry that he pushes up for some reason. But
yeah, I imagine
it feels like a play that you're more likely to make on ladder because you don't respect your opponent.
no one huge commit the reserves top deck can take out Shibata.
Whoa.
This is a bit of an awkward position. I guess you just do Cavalry Type 93 because there's not. I suppose the punish is desperate measures, but if you're trying to do a turn 2 desperate measures, it's not that bad for you.
Yeah, it seems unlikely that Tweeta Cargo would desperate already.
I mean, Cav is not bad here. You could also
Even
Jaeger.
Yeah, there's even Cav push up the Shibata, which is bad into 35T. But if he doesn't have 35T, then well, then it's still not great into a Yokosuka or a Cavalry, I guess. It does require something from no one's hand, though.
True. Yeah, you kind of, if you tweet a card, the card you're thinking about is expansion. You're just thinking if I can stop my opponents from being able to play expansion, maybe I can just run them out of resources.
Yeah. But also, if you just get to turn 4, turn 5 with a huge desperate measures, you can feel pretty happy.
And we might be seeing that huge desperate measures this turn. Oh, you losing the credit slot on turn 3 feels bad, but destroying your opponent's entire board.
Wait, hear me out, Shenano?
Shenano to clear the front line? Yeah, I think it has to be desperate. I don't really see anything else you could do this turn. That doesn't just
So you just like don't respect my opinion at all? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, desperate measures, and he plays it first and then trades. Save a health on his unit. If no one can find an expansion this turn, Pack 40 is not bad. We certainly will not complain about that. However, it's looking bad for no one.
Yeah, he's definitely on the back foot. But you know, up on credits. He does run that one copy of Enigma.
That's a good point. No one does have a few draws out here. Like Dragon Slayer would be a good draw. Sheeden would be like a fine draw. Like if you're not finding your card draw, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking a long time on this turn. Maybe he's just trying to make it look like he has a more complicated hand than he does. There is some value in that. If Tweety Cargo thinks no one has a lot of things to do, maybe it like reads that he has Dragon Slayer in hand or something.
Now, you could like greed is good this turn and play 22nd. Like trust that you retain enough control to play expansion later.
I
Which
like
is maybe over the top, but yeah, I think cavalry
so it stops
would have
expansion.
kept your options more open later on.
Yeah. Oh. I don't like this. I feel like you have to commit to the 22nd, or if you're going for expansion, it means you're trying to stop the front line. No one draws Signal Regiment. No, certainly not the... Well...
Pretty bad.
Actually might be the worst card in this deck. I mean, there's cards you wouldn't play this turn that you could draw, but they would be... You would like to have them in your hand. Like, if you drew a Desperate Measures, you wouldn't play it, but you'd probably prefer it to a Signal Regiment draw that turn. No one actually having to play around Bombing Raid. Doing so by minimizing the damage to his HQ. I suppose it was better to
we
put...
might.
Well, no.
Well, Tweet could kill the artillery. That's what he's going for.
Oh, that feels bad. Honestly, pretty big missed opportunity for Twee for simply just going for the cavalry Shenano to kill the artillery, and then you keep the front line. Look, if you put Shenano into your deck, you have to be prepared to make those kinds of plays.
Is that so? I mean, yeah, it is so. I've tried to play with the card post nerf as well. I don't like it. I hate it. This seems...
Cavalry doesn't push up.
It seems like he's thinking too much about his own game plan and not enough about his opponents, in my opinion.
I guess it's because the Shenano in hand, he's thinking he can do like 22nd Shenano to clear a 1-drop out of the front line. And then push up Cav to get the draw or something like that. But just if no one had something to put like to trade with the cavalry, if it were in the front line, it's something he's gonna push into the front line on his own turn. But yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've been triple expansioned by no one in a top deck war enough times to be, you know, scarred by it.
Yeah. Also, like if your opponent just like slams Sheeden or Dragon Slayer, you want something in the front line.
If you're known, do you just play your whole hand here?
I think you do.
Yeah, I think so too.
You've seen the Desperate Measures. I think the reason no one's roping here is he's probably just trying to think, like, what's in my opponent's hand where he makes that play. Holds back the Yokosuka. I'm not a huge fan of this because you're giving Tweedcargo the opportunity to just stick something into the front line.
But like true Shenano Believer play is double 22nd here. But
What?
yeah, he just like double 22nd. Trust me, he's like, oh, I gotta block the front line with all my 1 health dudes. And then you rip it and ship it. And you get a draw off the other 22nd because he doesn't have removal.
Tweedcargo's honestly running out of cards pretty quickly. Like, if he's unable to get card draw off of these 20 seconds, things could, like, if no one just, like, hits, you have to Shenano here. It's terrible.
Yeah.
You have to Shenano here.
You have to Shenano, and then it all goes face, and then
you win with exact lethal, like, 4 turns from there.
True. I was gonna say, like, rip out your Ethernet cable or something, but...
Nano does the likely thing. No one's also not pushing up, and is gonna be punished very hard for it.
Well, at least he played his Yokosuka on the right side.
You can still draw with expansion. That's not expansion.
Did they have like a gentleman's agreement to both take the card out of their deck before the game, or what?
I like the signal push. I really
Me too.
like that. Tweedcargo, unfortunately, is going to have a pretty good answer here. Not the best answer, like a 35D here would have been pretty good, but yeah, just slamming a Dragon Slayer in this situation feels pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, do you use a store just because frees up more credit slots for the next turn? Maybe you draw something.
Yeah,
Okay,
like the store allows like attack, like Dragon Slayer Shenano and still attack. Okay, AA Gun is actually quite an interesting draw here. You kind of don't want to trade into Shibata, but also like you don't want to take too much damage from the Shibata. There's also Signal Regiment still on the board.
You could
just trade out the frontline Audacity.
That's what I was thinking at first. And then I thought trade out Signal, face Zerstorer. Wait, that's stupid. Okay, no. I forgot about the AA gun for a second. Audacity also does go to 1 health when you use it to kill an AA gun.
It's gonna leave him in a perfect bombing range position.
It does. Oh,
wait,
humanity, huh?
Audacity's first and goes face. Okay. Okay, I see this play. Bombing Red would still be an excellent draw here.
Alas.
593, and that's it. Tweedcargo reverse sweeps Noan, ends Noan's absolute dominance of the OCC. But I think both of them can be very happy with where they got in this tournament with their decks, especially going into Worlds. Yeah, huge win for Tweedcargo, and I believe this is his first OCC. Coming in, beating Noan, reverse sweep in the finals. What a way to do it. And you can beat Jaguar 3 times in a row.
Yeah, you just need to pray for no expansions on the 3rd.
But, yeah, absolutely crazy game. That was a crazy series. That was a very entertaining series.
For sure.
And I mean, yeah, looking at the deck list today, I was expecting some like hour-long sets of like ramp v ramp going to fatigue and like who gets more B24s off of Bomber Mafias and whatnot. Instead, we got some very fast-paced games. We got some very interesting decks. Let's pull up the bracket to show how Tweedcargo made his way to the finals. You can see him making his way through Tanshin and then Tiger 2-0, both of them. And Noan of course, getting to the finals 2-1 through Spellbreaker, 2-0 through Taboo. And honestly, their lineup went a collective 8-1 into the rest of the field, and that says some things. That's a pretty big sample size for a single tournament. That lineup looking very strong, headed into World Championships Swiss round this weekend. But yeah, do you have any closing remarks on that set or the tournament as a whole?
We didn't get to see Taboo's self-credit denial sheet in OTK. I've just been holding on to that feeling for a little bit. But great final games. I'm very happy that I was able to be here to cast them with you, Jking. And let's hope that we'll meet again in the World Championships, either as players or casters. And thank you, everyone, for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did today.
2, 1.